Morning, everyone. I'd like to call the meeting to order for Deschutes County Board of Commissioners, it's not even August yet. It's July 15th. And I do want to make note that Commissioner Henderson is watching on Zoom. So good morning, Commissioner Henderson. Thank you for joining us. Yes, we are actually practicing our social distancing and wearing our mask. Would you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And we do have some citizen input this morning, but I do need to make several comments. First, I wanted to let everyone in our community know that the Red Cross, because of COVID, is having a hard time with disaster preparedness, and they need more volunteers. So if you're someone that could help volunteer locally, you have some extra time on your hands, could you please get a hold of our local Red Cross? Also, we had a hearing which was added to our agenda, a public hearing for this afternoon at 2. Because it was posted late on our agenda, we are actually going to open that public hearing this afternoon, but we are going to continue it to August 5th. So if you want to know if you're going to participate in that, please know that it is going to be postponed, and it's regarding West Lapine and annexation. So thank you on that. And now I would like to actually acknowledge that yesterday we lost our first resident of Deschutes County, a 63-year-old gentleman, and I would ask for a moment of silence from our community in his memory. So thank you. We're now going to have a moment of silence. Thank you. Thank you for that moment of silence. We've been dealing with COVID for 4 months now, and I do want to acknowledge that St. Charles has been doing an outstanding job, their care of COVID patients, and I just want to recognize that we are so fortunate we live in a community with a great healthcare system. So I thank you for all those people that are working as hard as they are, and also our public health department. I know that they've been working really hard in keeping us safe, and therefore we have to social distance, wear a mask, and please wash your hands as many times as possible. Use a lot of soap, warm water, hot water, and everyone really needs to be respectful of their neighbors. And it's just, we will get through this, but it's going to take a bit of personal responsibility on all of us. So there are the people out there that are vulnerable, and definitely we need to be respectful. We do have. Did you want to say anything, Commissioner?
Nope, you did a great job.
Thank you. Commissioner Henderson, would you like to add anything?
Yeah, I share with your comments and concern about, I'm hoping we get some updates today in our meeting, but the death was certainly a surprise and apparently fairly.
Oh, the sound just went off.
Oh, did you hear part of that, or?
We heard the first part, and then it.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
I don't know. I didn't touch anything, but anyway, I just share your concerns and your comments, and I think it's a sad, the death of the the man yesterday, and I know probably a lot of the community is kind of concerned with that. We've been very fortunate, really, as a county, that we haven't had any deaths prior to this. Some counties have been living with deaths for quite some time. So but unfortunate for him and his family. So
Thank you. We do have citizen input this morning. Doug Horschak, would you like to come up? And you have 3 minutes for public input, please. And would you identify yourself with your name and address?
Good morning, Doug.
And I have some literature to pass out to you guys. Should I bring it up or can somebody bring it up?
Yeah, you can hand it to me. Just give me both copies.
Yeah, there's a loose page and staple pages. There's three, but I thought
Got it.
it'd be here. This is going to be next to impossible to do in 3 minutes, but
Well, that's what you, that's,
Get close to the microphone.
yes, you,
Here's-
thank you.
well, we can try to maybe do this after the meeting, Tony. Very important. Okay. Quickly, what I've shown you here is what the legislature put together yesterday. I'm here because of Sun River, where we live full-time.
I think you're going to have to speak closer to the microphone.
I'm here as a resident of Sun River with my wife, Tina, and we are totally out of control in the community in terms of getting along with wearing a mask, not wearing a mask, social distancing, everything like that. It's not working out with the short-term renters. It's just not. They refuse to do it this morning. They don't wear masks after the governor's ordering it. There's no way to enforce it. I was interviewed by KTBZ about this issue. They went to Sun River to talk to Sun River at my suggestion. Sun River refused and told them if they aired the show, they would ban Sun River. So now I've had my freedom of speech taken away, which is why we produce these shirts, and we're wearing them, because now we're in a pandemic resort. 97707 is our zip code. I'm not putting the Sun River name on here. This resort does not apply to the Sun River Resort. We need your help to get into this issue, and if you will look at the way the legislature puts it together about low risk, medium risk, and high risk. High risk is specific to the horde of people that are in those rental homes, 10, 12, 15 people, and they gather, and like it's been said all over the country, families gather, people get the virus, and in the chain of the family, people die, and we've seen it. We have a death here now. I know what you tried to do to help the mortgages with the owners. We respected that. We went along with it. We didn't cause any trouble. We're going to be demonstrating tomorrow in front of the SROA building, Friday and Saturday at their meetings. My neighbors are old like me. They've been shoved basically off the trails for bringing up the fact that somebody should wear a mask. They've been pushed off the trails. Nobody will get back from the trails. Now, there's a picture of what the trails are. This is the bike path walkway, 9 feet wide. This is Winter Circle. This is the golf cart. We also have a huge issue with dry grass. How many fires have there been for grass? You know my background and what I've been doing with wildfire. Nobody's cutting this down. SROA is not cutting it. The golf course is not cutting it. It's coming up within 15 or 20 feet of our home and property. One fire like what happened so far, and how can that happen? And this is the most important thing I want to share with you. One of our neighbors, one of the renters up here in this area, had one of those propane gas fires going right up next to this grass. The neighbor called the police, fire guys came, put it out. When they left, the renters in there turned around, walked over on the golf course, and went to my neighbor lady and told her to F off and started swearing at her. And one of the guys came out, pointed to his butt, and said, "Kiss my this." Now, there is not one bit of enforcement that Sun River can do for behavior, for wildfire, or anything else. I don't care why. You guys do the enforcing. They pass the buck to you. I know you've worked really hard on this, really hard, really sincerely. And we cannot have thousands of people in there on these pathways refusing to wear a mask, swearing and yelling at people for turning them in for almost causing a fire. And this is ongoing. And I'm not going to be told I don't have freedom of speech and get cut out of the TV station. The owner in St. Louis is investigating this, and the general manager here knows about it. We need freedom of speech. You are the founders of freedom of speech for Deschutes County. You're the fathers and mothers of it. We need your help. This is not funny anymore. This is not me coming in complaining. I've done a lot of it for one simple reason. I built the outdoor industry. Billions of dollars of outdoor recreation business is shut down. Your retailers in this town are going to go out of business because there's no products, there's no people to sell it to, there's no products being made. Nike, 40% income loss. Columbia, the same way. This is a really big deal, guys. We're going to go broke. Sun River may be broke now because they can't get money for the shark. That's their problem. They built it, they own it, they live with it. Please don't confuse this anymore.
A few minutes of testimony. Thank you so much.
Yes.
And we understand we are all in this together right now, and this isn't interaction too much, but a few comments. We're seeing a lot of diversity of opinion. People are working on kind of getting up to speed in what's really happening out there. Some people are trying to, kind of back away and deny and enjoy life without having to deal with it. So the whole community, everybody in the state and the country is working through this. And yeah, let's do it together. Thank you very much. This is your free speech opportunity right now, and thank you for sharing your passion.
Thank you for coming this morning.
Okay, and I just want to say, I know you let the order expire, which we respect, and I personally believe because it expired and wasn't terminated, you can reinstate it with a heck of a lot less paperwork and effort to do that. And I'm here to say, please reinstate that order and then get into the issues with people and let the short-term renting stop in the
Okay.
unincorporated villages while you do.
We have an agenda.
Okay, that's it.
Thank you.
Thank you so
That's my
much.
final word. Thank you very much, folks.
Thank you, Doug.
Mr. Henderson, thank you, wherever you are out there.
Yes, he's out there.
You're welcome.
There you go.
Thank you, Tom. Okay, we have a consent agenda.
I'll move approval of the consent agenda, and special thanks to the participants of the Deschutes River Mitigation and Enhancement Committee. We're sending a thank you letter to one person and appointing a few others.
Okay, is there a second to the consent agenda?
Yeah, I'll second that, although there is a quick note on one of the minutes, June 1st minutes, present, I was only there for part of the meeting, so the lead paragraph talks about present were Commissioners Patty Adair, Tony DeBone, and Bill Henderson. I was excused for part of the meeting and then came at the end of the meeting that day, so I don't know if that needs to be noted. Anyway, move approval. The other thing, I don't mind just approving the consent agenda, but I was wondering if anyone could talk a little bit about what the Deschutes River Mitigation Enhancement Committee is doing. It hasn't been something that we've talked about much in my 3.5 years, so I didn't know if somebody could summarize that, staff, or maybe Commissioner DeBone knows. I'm involved in some of the water issues and the river issues, but
I believe that Mr. Lilac is going to address that issue for us right now.
okay.
So one item of business, June 1st minutes, I'd support just adding I'm sure we can go back through the minutes, the video, confirming when you left the meeting, when you came back. So that'd be in addition to the June 1st minutes, and I'd support that.
It actually does say when I came into the meeting,
Okay.
but it doesn't, it's just the front page maybe is not quite correct, but
Okay.
I don't know.
Let's go ahead and we'll vote on the consent, and then Nick, you can step up if you don't mind.
Okay.
Commissioner DeBone?
Yes.
Commissioner Henderson?
Vote yes.
And the chair votes yes on the consent. So, Nick, do you mind addressing what the Deschutes River Mitigation and Enhancement Committee does?
Thank you, Commissioners. Nick Lilac, Deschutes County Community Development Director. If Zechariah Heck can be elevated and he can summarize what's going to be on the agenda. The topic is
Here you go. Magic.
Thank you.
Oh, his mic, yeah.
Thank you, Zachariah.
Hey, good morning, commissioners and Nick. I will share that I did not hear what Nick was saying.
Well, welcome to the meeting.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, we just asked for what is on the agenda. The group has a meeting next week, and what is on their agenda?
The Deschutes River Mitigation and Enhancement Committee, just a quick introduction, high-level introduction.
Absolutely, yeah. So the Mitigation and Enhancement Committee is a public committee comprised of several stakeholders. In the River Conservation Committee, COID is on there, ODF&W, and it started over 2 decades ago regarding a conditional use permit for a hydro project that COID was working on. It hasn't been all that active the past couple of years due to I believe funding as well as just the projects having minimal impact. And so we do have an annual meeting next week on Monday. The board and any members of the public are welcome to attend. If so, please let me know. And I'm happy to provide you with an update on what the latest status is of the committee. From my understanding, next week we're mainly hearing from ODF&W staff on what they have been working on the past year with the funds that the M&E committee oversees that are funded by COID.
So, yeah, I think the big picture is there is revenue from the hydro that is dedicated for the mitigation and enhancement. It's not a ton of money each year, but so it's a long-term, multi-year kind of project vision. So as in, if there's a project that needs to be done, how many years of revenue does it take to do it? So I think that's more the concept that happens at this meeting.
Exactly.
Thank you, Zachariah, for that. And if you could let us know the agenda for next week, that would be excellent.
Absolutely, will do.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, so now I believe we need to go to action item number 11, COVID-19 update, please. We should have Nahad available.
Good morning. Good morning.
Oh, there's very quiet audio.
Yes.
Good morning.
Sounds a little bit better, but yes, just quiet, low volume for some reason on your audio.
I am close to the microphone right now.
Okay, okay.
Is this working better?
It's a little bit better.
I wonder what's going on. Okay.
Oh,
Well, let me-
That's better.
That's better. Wonderful. Great. Wonderful. Thank you, commissioners. I have shared my screen. I hope you are able to see it.
Yes.
Wonderful. So thank you, Commissioner, for the moment of silence earlier. It was a good reminder that these are not just numbers, figures, and graphs. There are real people, real faces behind these numbers. And there's real suffering and real anxiety and social despair, again, behind these numbers. My name is Nahad. I'm the Director of Public Health for Deschutes County Health Services. I have the pleasure of having Dr. Richard Fawcett, our health officer, with me. He has taken time from actually seeing patients this morning and made himself available, so I really appreciate his availability. For this presentation, as usual, I'd like to thank Jenny Faith, our epidemiologist, for the analysis and updates, and Dr. Conway for his usual technical guidance and leadership. Commissioners, before we get started, I'd like to say a special thank you to our disease investigators and contact tracers. As alarming as the numbers are, it would be much worse if we didn't have people working behind the scenes in containing this spread. We have staff right now who haven't taken even half a day off since July 2nd. So my priority as public health director is really our staff right now. Yes, I'm concerned with this virus and with our community, but first and foremost, I'm concerned about what feels like a never-ending crisis, ongoing stress, and potential burnout. So I'm personally determined to do whatever it takes, not only to recognize them and appreciate them publicly, but also to see how it's possible to compensate them for their long days, ongoing week after week of never being able to take a day off. And I'm hoping to seek your guidance, perhaps, in how we can move forward in that regard in coming days or weeks. So moving to getting a phone call, which I don't know how to stop. There we go. There we go. Okay, so moving on to the first slide, as you have kindly in front of you. As of July 14th, we have a total of 276 cases with nearly 200 who have recovered. We have so far 8 cases reported this week. And since mid-June, the numbers have gone up significantly. And just to put it in perspective, we have had almost as many positive cases in the last 3 weeks than we did in the last 3 months prior to that. So our sense of urgency is very real. This is not fabricated or manufactured. The numbers tell us the story and tell us the reality. And what is driving this increase? And what is driving this increase, frankly, is nothing more than cause and effect. It comes from being exposed to this virus, which most likely is coming from someone who's carrying the virus. So if we are gathering in large numbers, in small quarters, for long periods of time, and we're not wearing face coverings, and if someone is carrying this virus, we can be exposed and infected. So in recent weeks, we are seeing that the cases and their contacts are generally associated with social gatherings, graduations, birthdays, celebrations, parties, holidays, holiday gatherings, weddings. So these are basically clusters of and sources of infection and transmission. Another factor is household contacts, where people are diagnosed or not diagnosed yet are spreading the virus within their households to their household members. Another factor or driver is what we call sporadic or community-acquired transmission. And, excuse me. And for that, we are not really able to determine exactly where the source of infection is. And that's where they're deemed as sporadic and they're much harder to contain at that stage. And that's what we're trying to avoid. There are also cases where people from our communities have traveled outside, they've been exposed, infected, and they come back knowingly or unknowingly, symptomatic or not, they're spreading the virus in our community. There is another phenomenon that I have put here, which is importation, which I will defer until later to Dr. Fawcett so that he can speak to it with more information.
Todd, before you change slides, while you're on that slide, I have a couple questions. You know, this issue of community spread, I mean, that makes sense. It's spreading unknown through the community. But can you refine that at all? I mean, your first 2 points are very intuitively, they make sense to pretty much everybody probably, that if you're close to people and social gatherings or your household. But where is it being spread in the community, if you can give any enlightenment on that? And when you say travel, are you saying that our testing is up because of people traveling here, or are you saying the epidemiology is that it's spreading here in that way? I mean, is it just the testing, or is it?
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Commissioner. So just to, let me mention the travel, and then I'll give the floor also to Dr. Fawcett to add, maybe perhaps on the community spread part, where the travel that I was referring to are our own community members traveling outside of Deschutes County, maybe to Portland, maybe to Arizona, elsewhere, and getting exposed, getting infected, coming back, and then spreading the virus. There's also the importation, which is folks from outside of our county who are not residents of our county traveling within, and Dr. Fawcett will speak to that and the community spread. So let me, Dr. Fawcett, would you be able to?
Thank you, Commissioner Henderson, Commissioner Vaughn, Commissioner Ayer. So I want to make sure I understand the question.
Dr. Fawcett, could you speak a little louder, please?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
We're kind of in a room together. So I want to make sure I understand the question from Commissioner Henderson. The general question, which we obviously need to get at, I think, if I understand, is some of the main reasons for the increased numbers of cases and also the increased test positivity rate as well. So again, just as a reminder, if we look at the numbers, we're still doing about the same amount of testing per week, maybe a little bit more, but we're seeing many more positive cases per week than we did, say, a month ago. So the issue is what's the reason for that? What are some of the main drivers for that increase? I think that's the main question. Do I have that correct?
Yeah, and I think it's good you separate it out. There's a difference between why we're getting it versus why the testing is going up. Those might be separate issues. But yeah, so maybe the first one was the words community spread are just kind of an
right.
And it's like, yeah, well, so what is that, or what does that look like? And then the travel, that's a good point. It's both. I get that part, the people leaving here and come back. And my question about travel and importation really is, that makes sense to me. Is that do we have proof that that's what's happening? Have we had tracing or investigation that reveals those things? I mean, it does make sense to me, but.
Sure, and I'm happy to get into that now or later in the presentation. I think it's a very important point. That there are reasons why the numbers of cases and the test positivity rate are going up, no doubt. And I think all of the factors that Nahad mentioned are contributing to it. I would say what we tend to see in general, I'll get into it in more detail a little bit here, but we do have sort of extended households, I guess you would say, where in certain communities you have aunts and uncles and grandparents and godfathers, et cetera, who are all kind of congregating in multiple households. And so we have, a spread within a family can be much more complicated than just one household. We do see, families visiting, not necessarily. When we're thinking about importation of vacationers, that's a big issue I want to talk about more. But there are also, of course, family members that visit for a weekend or for a week, one or two people coming to stay. And I think in general, close families are very careful. I mean, they come and they social distance. Some of them even get COVID tests before they come to visit family, if they're coming from California or Arizona. And I think the other issue is just maybe the burnout in terms of social distancing. I think if you look at the younger people in general, I'm not trying to be judgmental, but in general, even in Central Oregon, if you go downtown on a weekend, you'll have people, they may be wearing masks or not, but even if they're wearing masks, often they're very close together. And so there's a little more crowding during the July 4th holiday and weekends than I think we would have seen when we were in lockdown. But just because we're not on lockdown, which is a great thing, we still have to honor social distancing, and I think masking as well. And I think that's some folks are lax with that, more lax than they were, say, a couple months ago. So those are some main factors, I think, just to begin the conversation.
In terms of community spread, maybe, and Rich, you can perhaps add to this. Commissioner Henderson, so when we have a case, we follow up with them, we call them, and we go through a series of questions and basically what happens is that by default, if we're not able to link it to anything, let's say to any social gatherings that they've been involved with, let's say weddings or birthdays or what have you, if they haven't traveled or been exposed to someone who has traveled, if nobody in their family, for example, has been diagnosed or suspicious, so when we go through these series of questions and we're just not able to link it to anyone, then it's more or less deemed as sporadic in the community. And that's a bit worrisome because then we're not able to kind of follow the trail as closely as we should and pull everyone exposed out of circulation. And that's where it's deemed as community acquired or spread in the community. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, I guess I was wondering if there's any more refinement to it. It says it's kind of like the catch-all. If we don't know it's from a social gathering, we don't know it's from a household contact, somebody just gets it. But that's true when I get the flu or I get a cold too. It's hard to track down where we get those things. So you're saying that's the idea here, right?
That's a good way to describe it, Commissioner. That's exactly right. That's exactly right. Yeah.
Thanks.
Pleasure. Okay, so I'm going to the next graph here, as you can kindly see. Rich, I'm going to take this off. Sorry. Okay. Okay. So this graph is again a good reminder that we're not just talking about life and death here. It can take weeks to recover from this virus, and in fact, on average, we are seeing that for every person who dies, 19 to 20 more require hospitalization. 18 of those people have permanent heart damage for the rest of their lives. 10 will have permanent lung damage. 3 will have strokes. 4 will have some form of neurological damage. And as I mentioned, it can take weeks and weeks for people to recover. So it's not just whether we recover, live, or we die. It's a lot more complicated than that. And this slide is a good reminder of that phenomena that we are seeing. Okay, moving to the next slide very quickly before I hand over to Dr. Fawcett. I think my take-home message from this slide is that pretty much everyone is vulnerable. We thought initially that older people were vulnerable ones, then only the older people with pre-existing conditions, and then we started seeing more cases in the 30 to 60 range, and that thought that children were spared. But now we know that everyone can get this virus and everyone can spread this virus. So it really doesn't matter if we're young and old, we're pre-existing conditions or not. We can all be infected, and most importantly, we can all transmit the virus. I am, of course, simplifying a bit here, and there are nuances, and I get that. But really, the take-home message is clear. We can all be exposed, and we can all be infected, and we can all spread this virus. So we all need to take the necessary precautions. So let me hand the floor to Dr. Fawcett for the next couple of slides.
So here we're looking at the timeline for the numbers of total tests and numbers of positive tests. And just to recap what we've talked about in previous meetings, there in maybe the first part of May or so, middle of May, we started to do more total tests. You can see that the numbers of total tests for Deschutes County were not very many back in March. So since the latter half of May, we're testing more. I think on average, we're doing about 1,000 to 1,200 tests per week in the county. So that's that lighter blue graph. And then the very bottom of that bar column is the positive tests. I know that's hard to see down there, but those have gone up as well, especially for the last 3 weeks. So our test positivity rate is, and again, this is numbers that reflect either Monday or Tuesday, are getting up into the per week anyway, 4 to 5% range, which is still relatively low compared to other hotspots in the United States. And I believe it's also fairly low, or at least in the middle in terms of some other counties in the state. But we're watching that very carefully. So there's another issue that was discussed last week and this week in terms of some of the supply of the rapid testing kits at the hospital. So just to be clear, St. Charles Health System and the hospital in particular is not low on their swabs or their materials, but they're running a bit low on their rapid test kits that they have. So just to be clear, they have been very consistent with the way they use those rapid test kits. They are used on just about every patient who's hospitalized, I believe every patient. They also use them prior to elective surgeries for all patients, whether they're symptomatic or not. And in some cases for high-risk exposures that they're using as well. They're not always using them for their outpatients. So in some of their family care clinics, for instance, when people come into those clinics and have a COVID-19 test, often that's not the rapid test. Usually it's a test that's sent out at University of Washington. Same with their drive-through services Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Those tests are usually not the rapid test. So they're trying to conserve them, but they're running low. And I think simply, again, I don't attend those meetings, but what I understand, like many months before, is that they get shipments, they get allotments, and they order them, they pay for them, and they get them in shipments, and sometimes they get less than what they're anticipating or even what they're promised. We believe that has to do with just the high demand for these tests in other places around the country. We haven't heard from any shortages in terms of clinics. The main clinic that's doing their own rapid tests is BMC Summit. I haven't heard that they're having a problem with supply at this point. I guess we can go to the next slide. So this looks at numbers of patients in the St. Charles hospitals each day, running back to the beginning of March. And this goes up to, I believe, yesterday, where there were 6 patients there at the very far right total. Once again, it doesn't really get at the total numbers of patients because some of these patients are in the hospital for a couple of weeks or longer. Some are just there for a few days. But the hospitalizations are fairly stable. I believe our death was in the hospital for a short time. I can look at that case more carefully. But I don't even know if they had a chance to treat him very much, unfortunately. He would not be included in that 6 patients. To speak more about some of the factors that are driving this increase in cases, one of the things that's become apparent here at the health department is when I speak with our case investigators here, who, as Nahad mentioned, are handling a large number of cases now, more than what they're accustomed to, and doing a very good job. Often we're finding that some of the folks that they're working with who have been in and out of the hospital do not add up to all the total hospitalized patients. And there was a time a couple of weeks ago where maybe half of the people in the hospital were not Deschutes County residents. So what I'm concerned about is at least 3 cases I know of for sure, and speaking with the physicians in the hospital that are managing these patients, and these are patients, many of whom have already been discharged, but this is within the past 10 to 14 days, especially right about the July 4th weekend this was going on. We have people who are vacationing here in Central Oregon who are either getting sick on the way here or becoming ill with COVID-19 after they arrive here. I don't have a good way of tracking these people, and I can get into that in just a minute. In one case, there was an out-of-state patient who actually had a positive test for COVID-19 before they left to come to Central Oregon, at which time they weren't feeling too badly apparently, but ended up getting sick enough after they got here to be hospitalized. And I feel like the only reason we know about this patient is because they got sick enough to be hospitalized. I don't really know how we would know in the community that this person has already been diagnosed positive for COVID-19. The hotel where they're staying wouldn't know, the restaurants wouldn't know, the brew pubs wouldn't know. The hotel's on the way from this other state to Bend, Redmond wouldn't know. So the way this works, just to think it through a bit. So there was at least one example of a resident of Arizona who became ill while they were here. They got sick after they left to come here. They did not know they were going to get sick, but when they're diagnosed positive here in Bend, that positive result goes back to the ordering physician, which in this case would have been the ER physician here in Bend. But also then it goes back to the health department of the county of residence. So the county health department in which that patient resides, which in this case was in Phoenix. So in some of these counties, as you know, there are so many cases right now that those health departments are not doing hardly any contact investigation or contact tracing because they're overwhelmed. Now, I'm not saying they're not doing any. They're doing the best they can, but they're overwhelmed. So I have no assurance that county from out of state, in this case Arizona, is looking into the contacts of this individual who is vacationing up here in Bend. And so our health department, we don't always get to know. Now, within the state, we're very good about communicating with other counties. So if we have somebody from Eugene who vacations here and gets sick, gets tested positive here in Bend, that positive result goes back to Lane County Health Department. They call us, and we work together on these cases in terms of contact tracing and investigation. But in the case of other people coming from these other hotspots, we may never know unless they get hospitalized. They either enter our system at St. Charles hospitals or in the urgent cares, and otherwise we're never going to know. So I am really quite concerned about that. And I would just add that I feel like this state has been very careful in trying to prevent rapid spread and worsening of the pandemic here in the state to the point of a lockdown, then going to phase 1 and now phase 2, whereas some other places where we have hotspots have not done that. So all of the care that we put into trying to contain this pandemic within Oregon can be minimized, and the effect can be basically nullified by having a lot of this imported from other states where they have not been as careful. So I think it's concerning, especially in terms of the economy staying open. So this is a concern of mine. I wish I had more proof in terms of how many cases there are. I admit there are only maybe 2 or 3 of these folks from out of state, out of county that are hospitalized, but I'm concerned that even one of these cases could cause 20, 30, 40, 50 cases within our city here if they're out in the restaurants and the pubs and the hotels. Especially some of these folks from places like Arizona, Texas, et cetera, are not used to masking. They don't have a mask. Even right now, Arizona does not have a masking policy in place for that state, despite the dire situation they have down there. So these are some concerns I have. It's hard to track, and we're working on it.
Dr. Fawcett, I have a couple questions. Thanks. That's a great summary, and you addressed a lot of things that I've been thinking about in terms of the future of this. One of the questions, so when you say it's hard to know where people are from, why can't our tracing experts or just literally see who's in the hospital today and see how many don't live here? I mean, why is that a hard, and I don't care where, to know anything, why isn't that a daily process? We see who, because apparently we're keeping track every day of how many people are hospitalized because your chart shows that.
Right. Yeah, my opinion is that it's not hard. It shouldn't be hard to do. The way that our health department interacts with the hospital is fairly well organized, and there are boundaries that we try to respect. But I have reached out last Friday and on Monday to some folks, the hospitalists and their director of their hospitalist group, to see if we can work on this. And she has taken this to Dr. Merrill, Dr. Freeman, and their infection prevention control team to see if we simply could track the data for the county for positive COVID-19 cases in the hospital. Can we then track the county of residence so we can look at that data? So I think we can get going on this. I don't see why it should be a problem.
Yeah, and that's good because, as we look around the state and the country, these outbreaks like you're talking about where one source creates many, we've seen them in the food processing sectors and long-term care facilities, and other gatherings of family and friends type things. One of the big concerns I have, and this is, I don't know if you heard our public testimony today, but we get a lot of comments from citizens about it, is the amount of people coming into the county. But there really hasn't been much indication of the number bringing it. It's kind of like, should we do more or not would be based on the numbers. So it just seemed maybe if you need help with, we could do a formal request of the hospital saying we need to know this because it affects things we're requested to do, whether it's short-term rentals or how we advertise the requirement of masks to people that are visiting, how we enforce it. So it really has a lot to do with our public policy, exactly what you were talking about.
Yeah. I really appreciate that. I think the hearsay is, my one concern might be that we're all going by what we've heard from the physicians that are admitting these patients. But even if it's really one or two, there's definitely 2 cases for sure. And I imagine there's at least 3 or more. But even if it's 3 cases, these tend to be groups that are vacationing here. And often it's more than 1 or 2 people becoming sick. The only people we know about are those that come into the healthcare system. And so I would say to St. Charles, and I have already, that even if it's just three patients, we're concerned that there may have been a lot of spread before the patient is admitted already, and we don't know if we can track that adequately. So knowing about those patients is very helpful, not just for contact investigation and tracing, but also to know what's happening in the community.
Well, the other thing that struck me last meeting when you brought up the fact that, half the people in the hospital might be from out of the area was, as we increase hospitalization, that increases everybody's worry factor, which in some ways, helps them be more cautious, but also causes a lot of stress on people and fear. And if we knew it was, 6 instead of 12, that doesn't sound quite as bad compared to when we had 12 or 14 in the early days and with a lot less testing, et cetera. So I guess I'm just wanting to keep a realistic perspective so people are cautious, but it doesn't completely ruin their health in other ways. So.
Sure. It'd be wonderful if we can do some sort of case investigation, contact tracing on some of these folks. I mean, we could work with their health department out of state, and then get that information. I'm hoping we could share that information, with all of you at the county. Certainly the health departments are able to share information, and we could make it anonymous. We don't have to give any names, but to say this particular case coming from, say, Southern California, the contact investigation that the county in California did found that, there were so many people exposed to the hotel, at a restaurant, at a park, et cetera. Just to look at that data, even for one case, would be, because it may turn out that there are, 50, 60 exposures, and of those 10 cases. And so I think it's starting to look at data so that we can act on the data, like you're saying. I think we can get it. We just have to be careful about how we do it, I think.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Great. Good questions. I'm just moving on to the last couple of slides to wrap up this presentation. Again, thanks for this opportunity for both Rich and I to be here and communicate with you, the public, the media. So COVID-19 is an event. It's not an outcome, and the quality of the outcome really does depend on the quality of the response that all of us individually and as a community we offer. And one of those responses, and I don't think anyone can argue about the science anymore, is around face coverings. Wearing some form of face covering is effective. And I'd like to share this slide with you because usually we hear the negative side, but here is a great story where CDC just published yesterday. It's not a story, it's actually a written paper on 2 hairstylists, I believe from state of Missouri, with COVID-19, spent at least 15 minutes with 139 clients. Everyone wore face coverings based on the policy of the business, and no clients are known to be infected. So wearing cloth face coverings consistently and correctly does slow down the spread of COVID-19. And this is, I think, a strong, powerful message for all of us.
Nahad, I want to thank you for putting in that message. I was actually thinking of it because there's, 2 sides to this issue, and I just heard that someone else who died was attributed to a COVID death, and it was the person actually tested negative, and somehow the state has got to quit putting everything to COVID. If they test negative, then it should not be a COVID death. And you know what? When you hear those kind of stories, it makes you extremely apprehensive about public health. So that's something that I hope you can tell the people, in Salem, to be very careful about attributing COVID deaths to only when it's appropriate. So thanks for the positive story about wearing a face mask.
Sure, Commissioner. Thank you for sharing also your thoughts on that. So in the last slide, again, a reminder that there is a cause and effect phenomena here. We have shown that our choices do make a difference. It's really all about what we do that can change the course of this virus. So wearing a mask is a must, and it helps. Watching our distance, maximizing our distance between ourselves and others is a must, and it helps. Washing our hands, practicing good hygiene is a must, and it helps. And I have no doubt we're going to get through this crisis, because week after week I keep reminding myself that we are Deschutes United, we are Deschutes Caring, and we are Deschutes Smart. So thank you, Commissioner, and thank you, Dr. Fawcett, for being available today.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Fawcett.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Nahad, do you have the personal protection equipment? I don't believe Nathan was available today. How are we on masks?
Commissioner, I believe Nathan shared that information, maybe. So my understanding is that, and Commissioner Henderson, I believe he shared that information, so apologies, I didn't put a slide in here. Overall, there's consistent supply chain issues. They are putting in orders as allowed in order for us to receive some of the PPE. There are bits and pieces of the PPE that we do have oversupply of, or we have adequate supply of, and there are some that we wish we had more. But overall, I think we have a month of supply availability based on the current rates. Commissioner Henderson, I think you were involved in those exchanges. If you'd like to add anything, please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Nahad. Good question, Commissioner Dare. I had asked, are we low on capacity? What's the current count, and what's our county strategy for correcting this situation? And he'd sent an email. I didn't print it out, so I don't have it in front of me. But responding to that, I could get it up for later in the meeting or in the afternoon to kind of share what he has. But I did get an email on that, and it's, in general, it sounded, he thought basically what Nahad said, that we've got quite a bit of PPE, but it's a short, it's hard to get things still. And so I guess my question really beyond, okay, so can we do more? What aren't we doing? This has become a mature event, as Nahad calls it, an event, and it's 4 months in. What can we do to accelerate that as a county if we need to? We don't want to be shorthanded if this surges.
Well, I had asked for more procedural masks like the one I'm wearing, because I find that I can't breathe out of a cloth mask. I think these, at least you can breathe out of them, and hopefully you're not going to pass over, from like being behind a cloth mask. And so I know that we had an initial supply, but I haven't heard that we have any more of those, and I really think that's important. And then the other thing that I started talking about last Friday was the fact that when I took my granddaughter to the airport, and TSA, no one took her temperature before she went in to get on a plane. And I don't understand why I can't go into a hair salon without having my temperature taken outside the door and go through a few questions, to be safe to go in and just have my hair done for 15 minutes. And yet people can go and get on a plane. And I know that some people said only a few airports were implementing that, but I just feel for the traveling public, I really believe that people should have to go through that procedure. They're in a plane for at least 30 minutes, half an hour, a couple hours, and I just feel like that's something that we really need to get behind and have at least our airport pick up that strategy if we can for having people have their temperatures taken. You know, when people are driving here, it's really hard to stop someone. You don't stop someone at the Oregon border. You know, you don't say, oh, where's your COVID test? We don't do that. But to get on a plane, just to have your temperature taken, I think is a pretty simple procedure. And a lot of businesses in Deschutes County have implemented that strategy. They ask you all the right questions. You know, you don't go in, you use your sanitizer. I didn't see any of that happening at our fabulous, wonderful Roberts Field when I was there Thursday morning really early. So I'm just hoping someone is listening and someone can actually take that forward.
Well, Commissioner Dare, I am on the airport board, as you know, and we have a meeting tomorrow, so I can bring that up tomorrow at our meeting.
Oh, good.
Go.
Well, my prayers are answered.
There you go.
'Cause I do want to fly somewhere, and I really want my temperature taken before I get on, you know, before everyone else gets on the plane with me.
The good news for the airport is, I think what you're seeing is that people leave it up to individual airlines. So some airlines have said, we're going to do this, you know, mandatory, and others haven't. So the question would be is, can we get the actual airport to do it? I do know they got a substantial amount of federal funding, basically enough to stay open for the next year. I mean, they got all of what would be considered their expenses for a year paid. So they should have the resources. So we'll see if there's other logistical or legal problems that you can't test people except by airlines or whatever, but I'll find out. So I have a couple questions too, Nahad. If you could go back to your chart on just numbers of cases, one of the early charts you had. What's that?
So do you have there you go. You have the slide, this one, Commissioner?
Yeah, the one with yeah, that's it. What I was curious about, so as we look at that, you know, when we see the 50 and 49, on Monday morning, the first three people I ran into, and these are not county employees, they're just people I know, one, you know, at a restaurant, somebody else that I had a meeting with, et cetera. The first thing out of their words were the number of cases. They asked, you know, why we were having it. Some people just said, did you see that pretty bad this weekend? They didn't even say what they were talking about. They went right to these numbers. And that's one of the reasons I've focused on in the questionnaire I got for you is why are they going up? And I guess what I hear, I'm not really clear what my answer is to people. So that's what I'm kind of trying to get at. When I look at the if you go back to when we reopened under phase 1, it's all the way back on May 18th. And there was a big upsurge that week, but based on what everybody said, that probably wasn't from the fact that we reopened because it doesn't progress that fast. And that was a couple of families, I think is what we heard. So then we go another, basically 4 more weeks, not much. And then there's this uptick or, you know, a rise. And all through that, we're doing 1,000 tests, you know, a week, basically. If you go to the testing chart, if you just average them out, it's 1,000 from, you know, back there to now. So people want to know what that is, and I've broken it down myself. One is, and I had to ask this question: how many of people are coming in sick? So are more people just showing up saying I think I'm sick? They're tested positive. Then there's this group that maybe is coming from tracing that are being tested, and we're doing more tracing or getting more people through tracing. And then the third that Dr. Fawcett mentioned today, which makes some sense, and I know my wife's had people and done surgeries in her business, or, you know, she cares for people, healthcare, and where they're doing the testing at the hospital for everybody that gets something done. So is there any indication of those groups, you know, how many are being tested, and are more cases coming from the people wanting to do surgeries, the people that are sick or the people that are found through tracing, or do you have any information on that?
So I guess I could speak to that. I think Nahad initially talked about behavior, and so I think we know very well now that, you know, for states that have opened up, people can go out to dinner for just a couple hours, 10, 11, you know, young adults, and all of them can, you know, none of them died, but tested positive over a period of a couple of weeks. So one of my concerns is that, you know, we have embraced social distancing and even masking more readily in this community, the whole state, more so, much more so than other regions of the country, like Arizona and Texas. And so, when I'm downtown and I see folks that aren't wearing a mask, or even if they are, but they're very close to other people, I don't know if they're from out of state. But I'm concerned that they don't have the same level of worry about not just getting sick, but transmitting this infection to other people that maybe people in this state or in Washington state or maybe parts of California have. So I have to believe with all the tourism that we have here, that we're getting folks from they're coming from places who are not as accustomed to social distancing. So I really, I wish I could validate that more, and I'm going to work more on that. But, you know, we just have a lot of people, even people from, you know, Portland and other places around the state come here. And I think people want to enjoy their vacation. I mean, they want to go and have dinner, and they're not going to have a mask on when they're eating. That's understandable. But when you're vacationing and you're socializing, I think there's more potential context than when you're just going to work and being careful at work. So I think that's one really big factor I have to believe.
What about, oh, go ahead, Nod.
Well, I was going to say, it sounds like Dr. Conway wants to come in, so go ahead.
Yeah, actually, Commissioner, those are all, I'd say, good and perceptive questions. And I think what Dr. Fawcett said is definitely something to think about as part of the solution. Unfortunately, the answers are that there's more virus at large. There's more virus at large in the United States, especially in the Sun Belt states. That's resulting in shortages of PPE in many locales in the country. It's made it so that we basically can't get rapid testing. There's much more virus afoot in Oregon. We have multiple counties that have very serious challenges. We're doing our best to continue to do very aggressive containment efforts with detection and contact tracing. The question you asked about, there are some of the cases that are detected through contact tracing, and each one of those is to our benefit because it means that it's someone that we can follow up on and ask to make containment measures. Our approach is containment. There are parts of the country which feel they're beyond that. There are parts of Oregon which are very challenged, but that's our commitment. And one other thing, there's sort of a canard that keeps circulating in many different venues, and that's that we're only seeing many extra cases because of testing. So there's a lot of sort of subtle arguments about that, but the major thing to bear in mind is that even locally, we're seeing hospitalizations. Well, hospitalizations for COVID are not testing artifacts. That's real. Hospitalizations are a lagging indicator, and they're an indicator that there's a lot of virus going on because only a relatively small percentage of people become ill enough to require hospitalization. So we're probably at a tipping point now where parts of the country are going to have to go back to very aggressive social distancing measures if we're not scrupulous about things like wearing masks and maintaining social distance. It could easily put us back to a state where we're doing more damage to our economy. It could easily impede or even preclude the liberal opening of schools. So it's very important that people realize that this is a really serious problem. The fact that we had our first local death yesterday, our first death of a local resident yesterday is a reminder of that. I think for many people, this is still an abstraction. They don't know people that are ill from this, but this is a serious disease as we come to understand it better. We know that immunity may or may not be acquired by being ill. we also know that it affects many more organs and causes terrible havoc. And there's even children that have had this multiple organ involvement syndrome that may have some permanent damage to their hearts and lungs, et cetera. So this is a really serious problem. If people really don't unfortunately organize much of our lives and activities around it, we're going to be going into a very bad situation. Thank you.
I guess my question, that's what I'm feeling what you're saying, and I understand that it's a question of how bad are we now with this uptick? Because everybody else is feeling it too. That's what my point was about the first 3 people I ran into. Everybody knows this stuff, and lots of people are being conscientious, but I agree with the young people. It's less likely because they've kind of basically figured out they're not at risk. It's their parents or grandparents that are at risk. And so which is, different than other, pandemics have been that maybe kill young people too. This seems to have less of that. So they kind of make their choices, but do we change that behavior, or do we, and then the whole tourist part is very complicated to what its impacts on our area because we're so dependent on tourism. And I was down visiting some business last week, and they're open and they're doing some things, but it's not enough to sustain many of them. And so that's, the question. And there's just the worry of being locked up. So that's the balancing test, I guess. But
well, Commissioner, those are all very good questions. I commend each of you commissioners for very frequently wearing masks and doing so in public. I think it's very important for public officials to be modeling that good behavior.
I agree with that.
I appreciate the county adopting more social distancing and masking policies within our ranks, as we've been doing in our department for some time now. I think messaging is very important, and I think it's very important to spread the message that it's a civic responsibility, it's a community responsibility for everyone to wear a mask, to maintain a respectful social distance from other individuals, and to be seen if they get ill, and to encourage others to be seen if they get ill. It's absolutely paramount. And then the overarching answer to your question is it's bad. It is bad. It's certainly very bad now in some parts of the country. My biggest concern is there's very good reason to believe that when people start going inside, and especially with flu as well in the fall, things will get worse. So if you think of this current series of waves in a number of states as a harbinger of that, it's also sort of a stress test for the country. And under stress testing, we don't have enough tests. We don't have enough hospital beds, et cetera. In many locales right now, they're overwhelmed in Houston, Phoenix, many hospitals in Florida. So we have a lot of work to do just to catch up now. And then we have a lot of work that we have to do to be ahead of things, heaven forbid, if there's a really big wave in the fall. I don't want to belabor any of this too much further, but I think we really need to take this seriously. We've had a local death. We have a lot more cases locally. We're fortunate that it's not as bad as it is in some of the counties, which have been very difficultly tested, even in our own state, Union, Lincoln, et cetera. Umatilla is having a very big challenge because they have many small outbreaks. It's not just one. So we just are doing our best to preclude that happening here. And once again, thanks for your support for the encouraging the citizenry to do the responsible thing. Thank you.
Dr. Conway, I do believe that we have to stay publicly, though, that last summer there were no hospital beds available in Oregon, at St. Charles, at all the hospitals in Portland, with the exception of Legacy Emmanuel. All the beds were full. I believe Boise was too. I had a meeting with Doug Kelly, who runs the Deschutes County Ambulance Program, and he told me that. And I was like, oh my gosh, that was last summer. We didn't have COVID last summer. So I actually sent that information to the governor's office because I feel like some of our rural hospitals, for some reason, the number of beds that they have, such as St. Anthony's in Pendleton, it only, I believe, has 23 beds. It serves a county of 80,000 plus the region. And for some, rural hospitals have been devastated as far as the number of beds go. And it's, you know, it's a direction that someone really needs to put some public effort on, because if we were full last summer, what's going to happen this summer?
During my career in medicine, more than 30 years, there's been closure of the great majority, I believe it's over 60% of rural hospitals in the United States. There's been constraints on number of beds, and the remaining ones, public health funding and staffing has been greatly decreased. We have very serious infrastructure problems with our healthcare system in the United States, and that's one of the reasons why we don't have good outcomes. We rate about 30th in the world as far as health outcomes, even though we spend more money per capita than any other country on earth. And then the other thing is we have a terrible stress upon our people that are of racial and ethnic minorities, that they're bearing much of the brunt of this, and that has to do with a lot of social supports, access, et cetera. So this is revealing a lot of challenges in our country, and certainly we'll have to fix a lot of them over the long run. And in the short run, we just have to do our best to contain this latest very serious problem. Thank you.
Commissioners, I know you're in a rush probably to get to
We
the
are
next
in a rush
event.
now. We're 10 after
Yeah.
11.
10 after 11.
Yes.
So just one word, because I do believe that even in crisis, we cannot forget our identity and humanity. If people are not if people are choosing not to wear masks, shaming them and disrespecting them is not the solution. We need to build the social norms around why wearing a mask is important, an effective tool in stopping this virus. But I think overreacting and disrespecting people or shaming them is definitely not the solution. And I caution the community and anyone against such destructive behaviors. It doesn't fit our culture in Deschutes, and I will not let, and I don't think anyone would let a virus change our identity and humanity. Over to you.
Thank you, Nahad. Thank you, Dr. Fawcett. Thank you, Dr. Conway, for our presentation this morning. I believe it was extremely worthwhile. We're now going to go to action item number 12. Holly Harris is here, and Brandy Scheuer, and I want to thank each of them for the incredible job that they did on their Impacts grant. It's very exciting. So, welcome.
Thank you. Can't tell, but I'm smiling from ear to ear.
I know. It's hard to tell when you have a mask on.
Thank you very much for having us. Holly Harris, Program Manager at Health Services. Is this on? Do you want to introduce yourself? I think it's on.
Yep. Lights on.
Okay.
I'm Brandy Schroyer from the Deschutes County District Attorney's Office.
And we have our partners here also from the Sheriff's Office just here in support since they are our partner in this project. But we are here, we were here before you on June 3rd, as you know, to ask approval to apply for the Impacts Grant from the Oregon Criminal Justice Commission. And I'm pleased today to be able to share with you that we were awarded the grant in the amount of $2,403,519.52. So it's very exciting. We were the second largest award in the state. We were in the top 4, and the Douglas County was ranked 1, and then the next 3 counties, Lane, Lincoln, and us, were within like a 0.1 score of each other. So really, the top 4 were all very, very close, and we're in a pretty big chunk above the rest of the group. 2 other counties, I believe it was Washington and Clackamas, were awarded for metro area. So this funding, the application allowed for these funds to operate the Stabilization Center 24/7 for a period of 2 years. In addition, it added 2 staff to our Forensic ACT team, whose primary focus will be diverting people with a serious and persistent mental illness from further entering the criminal justice system. And if you have more questions about that, I can let Brandy speak to that. Brandy, is there anything else you want to say about the actual grants or?
Nothing specific, but I think one of the greatest things about this grant is the idea was to introduce innovative programs, and they were looking for applications that were innovative, that were going to enhance and broaden what was already happening in that county, with the idea that once the data came in, we would be able to push these programs out to other communities. And the fact that they looked at our grant proposal and saw a lot of merit not only in addressing our gaps locally, but that they thought the program ideas we were presenting were ones that could be modified and be used throughout the state. I think it's just a real testament to what our innovation and how we're moving forward locally, and the hope that we will have successes so that other counties can model what we're doing.
So we're here today to ask approval to accept this grant award and implement it here in Deschutes County.
Great.
Wonderful. Congratulations. I know this involves bringing in some more FTE, which would be part of this function also. So I'd just like to acknowledge that up front, that this is adding to the staffing. But for the facility that we just completed, which is utilized, it was mentioned in passing that the numbers, the statistics, the numbers, the cause and effect, keeping track of the activity there is going to be the value in the near future and in the long run. Where are the best investments made? It's great that there's a track record that the state of Oregon has, kind of committed to this. The Senate bill from a couple years ago that started this process, and then that we've been able to qualify. Also, I noticed Sheriff's Office. Thank you for joining us, Captain. This is the value, is keeping the numbers down in incarceration, getting people the help they need, and this is going to be a huge boost to provide that opportunity. So, congratulations.
Commissioner Henderson?
I just want to say, I'm in support of this. Congratulations on getting this. It should be a lot of help to, particularly the Stabilization Center. So thanks for your hard work, Holly, and working on this, and Randy. And if there's anything we can do help, that's good. I was glad we were able to meet with Janice, and she had given us some of the numbers about usage at at the Stabilization Center, the amount of people that have accessed it one way or another was good. I'll just throw my quick pitch out, which I've done in the past, about just needing to promote the Stabilization Center, and I've used the model of a marketing and salesperson to get out to all the different communities, referral communities, the families, law enforcement, to you, because now that we'll have the full-time employees 24/7, we need to make sure it's well used and it has that capacity now. So hopefully it will. So great job. So I'm for it.
Thank you, Commissioner. I appreciate you saying that. And I will just tell you, we have been doing probably about 4 tours a week from different groups. So all the different law enforcement agencies coming by, different groups of them, of course, all wearing masks and social distancing as we do the tours in small groups. But we've also had the emergency department staff. We've had just you name it, across the NAMI staff have come. So we have been trying to have as many people, and we have an open door policy around getting a tour. If you're interested in coming to see the facility, we want you to come by. We will accommodate any tour request that we get asked to do. So that's not a problem. A number of staff can do those. And then I've also done a number of presentations to like the VA. I'll do them virtually and join their team meetings. But I would love to pick your brain about any ideas you have of things that we've missed or that we can do differently and get the word out there, because I'm right there with you. I want as many people to know about this as possible.
Great. That sounds great. I'm happy to help. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I know people are already talking about adding the sobering center on it. So be looking for a grant. So maybe that'll be, the next thing we can do. If we can get a grant for that, that would be fabulous, because I know that's I know we have the land to do that.
Well, and the 24-hour-a-day operation is just huge. It's key to that component.
Sheriff Nelson, would you like to
Oh, yeah.
identify
Shane Nelson,
yourself?
Deschutes County Sheriff.
There you go.
I have dueling meetings, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, you're on the
now.
phone.
Dueling. Okay.
But yes, 24/7 coverage is a huge component of that, and Holly's doing a terrific job. And in today's day and age, for our office and for this commission, the commission's been very supportive of what we've been trying to do in law enforcement and being proactive. And from our office standpoint, we've always been proactive in law enforcement for years, ever since I was hired with the organization. And so some of these calls for defunding the police, I call that proactive policing. That's really what they mean by putting money into preventative programs before you have to respond in programs. And so this county is very fortunate. That's what we've done for years. That's what we're doing with the Stabilization Center. We will continue to try and find avenues for that. The behavioral health specialists that we all added here recently are going to be intertwined with the Stabilization Center and helping. And eventually, these folks will be going out in the field and being initial response to calls as we work that out. So it won't be a uniform. It'll be the mobile crisis assessment team in partnership with, because Holly and I have had these visits, and we'll see what that looks like, and we'll see how that model works and the success of that model. So I really appreciate your support. This makes our community's jail a better running and more efficient facility, because incarceration to a large part is a thing of the past. And so the more we look to the future and how we can solve these issues ahead of time, that will leave those that truly belong in jail and serving time in jail. We will make sure that space is available for those, and those that truly want to better their lives and get back on the track of being a productive citizen. Not only is it the right thing to do, but we will do that so that it's in the best interest of the community we serve. I appreciate you all. Thank you.
Sheriff Nelson, I have a question for you. I know a year ago we had, I believe, 11 homicide cases in Deschutes County. Do you know where we're at this year? I know there was just a murder a week ago.
Right. I would have to look at that, Commissioner, and get back to you.
Okay, could you let me know? Because it seems less, but I don't know.
Right. And you're interested in just any homicides in the county, right?
Right.
Can you remind me of that?
Thank you.
We'll look into that and
Okay,
email it.
I was thinking that, I was hoping that number had gone down.
Yeah, there has been a few. Any homicide's a tragedy, but we'll get that number to you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Welcome. Thank you all.
So two kind of specific questions. Is this a tri-county effort still? I mean, so this, the impacts grant applied for by Deschutes County in partnership with, or?
It was in partnership with the district attorney's office, and actually the application came through our local public safety coordinating council. So they're actually the applicant, but we really did it on their behalf, and so we had their full support in this.
Was this grant provided for a tri-county service specifically?
It wasn't specific. No, it was provided for Deschutes County, but our Central Oregon Health Council funds that are tied to this are a tri-county effort, and we've actually served one Jefferson County resident and one Crook County resident already in the month and a half. So our volume with them is never going to be high because it's a drive.
Population.
But we are definitely open to help them.
Okay. And then also I'm sure it's been thought through, but somebody that comes in and it's just a very complicated, medical situation. What's the status of transfer to ER or decision for ER or something like
In
that?
fact, that just happened yesterday. So,
Okay, yeah. So what's the experience
yeah.
with that?
So
then?
it's not uncommon for us to have to call EMS for clients that come.
Okay, well, that's an EMS call, though. That's good.
Yeah, and so we had a situation yesterday. We had to call EMS on, and they transported to St. Charles to get medically taken care of.
Okay.
We're not a medical facility, so if we recognize any kind of medical issues happening with somebody, we're going to call in the experts.
So stabilize best you can and call 911.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
And that's kind of what happens at the jail is a 911 or a ambulance call, yeah.
Right.
Good, okay.
Yes.
Same scenario. Wonderful. Well, with that, I'll make a motion to, looks like Commissioner Henderson, no audio.
You're making a motion for the 2,400,000?
Maybe he was too. I don't know. Let's see.
Actually, sorry, I don't know how to indicate. I just want to, is Sheriff Nelson still there?
Yes, he is.
So Sheriff, I wanted to thank you too with regard to this stabilization center. I see already you have law enforcement drop-offs have occurred in June and July. And I think one of the most encouraging things about our stabilization center versus some of the other counties in Oregon is the close bond with law enforcement, with you specifically in the sheriff's office, you committing to it, being there, and if there's ever a problem where law enforcement decides it's too much of a hassle because not all counties use law enforcement referrals, then let us help. But you've done a great job in promoting this, and thanks for your contribution to all of this. I think it's very proactive.
You're welcome. Thanks, Commissioner. I appreciate you saying that. We are really blessed in this community to have a governing body in the commission that supports the efforts that we're trying to go after here. So it is completely a partnership, and I appreciate your thoughts on that. Thank you.
And just a quick statistic around that, we had 6 law enforcement drop-offs in the month of June, but in the first week of July, we had 7. So the trend is heading in the right direction for sure, along with all the rest of our numbers.
That's excellent. You know, that's really what we need. So
I'll move to accept an impacts grant in the amount of $2,403,519.52 in support of 24-hour, 7-day-a-week operation for a 23-hour respite opportunity at our stabilization center. And it does require hiring of 11 FTE. Acknowledging that.
And I'll second that.
any further discussion? Commissioner DeBonne?
Yes.
Commissioner Henderson?
Yes.
And the chair votes yes.
Thank you.
And I thank you so much for,
Thank you. I had one additional kind of ask around the implementation of this.
Yes.
Do I have permission to go ahead and post and hire for these positions? And this also would include the impacts grant and the COHC grant are tied together because the impacts grant picks up the COHC grant the second year. And so in order to actually operate 24/7, I would need to be able to post and hire for all of those positions.
Commissioners, there's a resolution that'll be coming to you next week that will formally add the FTE to the authorized budget for the health department for this, plus the SAMHSA grant that you'll hear about in a little bit, as well as a correction that we needed to make to the adopted budget going for next year. So all of those will be outlined clearly, itemized, so you'll see exactly what the staffing adds are as a formal action next week. That said, I think with your action today, Health can certainly submit the recruitment paperwork to begin advertising. It'll be some time before we go through the actually making offers, but so I don't want to lose any time with respect to the grant, but in terms of the formal action, that'll be in front of you next week.
okay, yes. Sounds good, doesn't it?
Yes.
Well, and I support that. So, yeah, we'll formalize it, but this action just now, and I did mention 11 FTE. So advertising seems like the appropriate place at this time.
Great.
Great. Good luck with finding the people that
Yeah.
program.
I know. Thank you. Appreciate it. Appreciate your
Yes.
support.
No, thank you, guys. Thank you, Brandy, for coming today.
Yes,
Just
thank
wanted
you,
to
everyone.
acknowledge all the work you did, too. So thank you very much. All right, we now have Whitney Hale. Thank you. Thank you, Sheriff Nelson. Thank you, Captain.
Thank you, Commissioners. Whitney Hale.
Good transition.
Today, we're going to be joined by Andrea Bro, who is the Interim Transportation Director for Cascade East Transit. Andrea is going to provide the board an update on the statewide Transportation Improvement Fund projects, which we call STIF. So an update on ongoing projects, and she's also going to be making a request for project modification. For those that might be watching the meeting, in 2017, a new source of transportation funding was set aside to enhance the state's transportation, public transportation service, and this new source of funding is solely funded by a state payroll tax. And so, Andrea, I will go ahead and turn things over to you if you want to provide the board that update.
And there she is.
Thank you, Whitney. Hi, Commissioners. How is everyone doing?
Hello, very good.
Good morning.
Good morning. I first just want to give a brief update on some new information that ODOT provided last night to us. Obviously, this is a payroll tax, and that tax revenue has been affected by the current recession we're in. So just some high-level numbers on the STIF revenue estimates that we are going to be expecting over the next few years. The estimates starting March of this year will be roughly 13% lower than originally estimated over the course of this biennium, okay? For the 21-23 STIF cycle, we are looking at a 16% reduction in STIF revenue estimates, and 23-25, roughly a 10% below estimate. So obviously, we are going to have to do some adjustments on our side in terms of projects and service enhancements to reflect those new estimates. Does anybody have any questions regarding kind of the forecasting of STIF?
Okay, can you tell me the dollar amount then for the 13%, Andrea? That was,
Sure. So,
yes.
so for this spring, they are, until the remainder of the biennium is over, which is June 30th of 21, they are going to see a reduction of around 33 million. And then for the 21-23 cycle, they're going to see roughly a reduction of about 46 million.
Is that a state number then you're giving us?
That is a state number, yes.
So do you know what Deschutes County, how that goes down to us?
Unfortunately not. This first document that was released last night is a high-level executive summary at the state level.
Okay, thank you.
So Andrea, this is Phil Henderson. That doesn't really surprise me that there's a reduction like that. And, but I also kind of I haven't seen data, but it seems like there's less ridership than we were expecting. You know, this was supposed to be a growing system, but it's actually probably a significantly reduced because people's concern with mass transit for COVID-19. I was always thinking the easiest, you know, in terms of your budgets, when we get for your budget, it seemed like there was a lot of large buses in the budget, and it seems like putting those purchases off would be a really easy step to make up for that 13% reduction, which is, you know, you get 2 or 3 million in a year or so. Is that what you're kind of thinking? Is some of those things would be easiest as those big purchases?
Right, and so we were making some scalable decisions in our procurement for vehicles, going smaller. I will say every single vehicle purchase that we are considering under this plan is much smaller in terms of size, length, and cost than we normally would. From a master plan perspective, our master plan will be adopted by the COIC board in early September. And we are basically delaying a lot of our short-term projects, which were going to be implemented between 1 and 3 years, will probably be now 3 to 5 years. So just to kind of give you a snapshot of what we're currently doing during the COVID-19 crisis is we are adhering to the state guidelines for public transit and providing only what we call work-related or necessary scheduled and fixed route services. We've eliminated weekend or anything that could be considered discretionary. We are not running any of our recreational services this summer, and obviously we stopped Mount Bachelor service in March. Sorry, go ahead.
I don't think anybody.
No.
Yeah, you're good to keep.
So we do implement that everyone that boards our bus is required to wear a mask. We do the nightly sanitation with the suits on each night, and then we do a 2-hour wipe down on the high touch surface areas of our buses. And so we're kind of in a holding pattern until we get further guidance from the state on expanding back to our normal operations.
Great, thank you.
So with regards to this specific request today, one component that we are still eager to look forward to is the technology piece that will help us become a more modern public transit system. And that is updating what is called a CAD AVL system, and that stands for Computer Aided Dispatch Automatic Vehicle Location System. And this helps us administer things like real-time information, same-day reservations, the ability to see where the bus is coming on a global map, and everything that will make transit attractive to Central Oregon and to bring on more choice riders. So that system is quite expensive, and we are looking to shift funds from one STIF project to another to help pay for this package. So specifically, Project 26 talked to this on-demand real-time technology. And we also have Project 40, which speaks to kind of your first last mile make a reservation system. So we are asking that funds be transferred from Project 40 to Project 26 in order to make this entire new technological system possible.
This is the time for transition, and these are the projects that are probably going to pop up real quick where people are expecting these kind of services. So I'm really supportive. I'm excited that these projects are in there, and it's time to implement them. So I'm showing some enthusiastic support for making this proposed change.
Thank you.
Commissioner Henderson, did you have a comment?
I believe he's on mute.
There you go. Andrea, my only question really was what led to the choice of this I'm fine with the increase for 26, but why the 40 as opposed to something else? What was the choice there?
Yeah, so Project 40 speaks directly to this technology. So in essence, in order for Project 40 to actually happen, which is your ability to do same-day reservations, first and last mile connections, transfers to our bus stops, we need that technology in place in order to make Project 40 happen. So without it, we actually technically couldn't administer Project 40. So those two projects speak very closely to each other.
Okay, thank you.
So as the STIF program goes to the counties, is this a simple vote at this board meeting for a change like this? Is that the idea?
Yes, since you are the governing body of this plan.
And then does is there other review, like approval by the STIF at the state level, or is this it?
Nope, this is it.
Great.
Do we have a motion?
I'll move approval of, well, I guess I don't know what the motion is, but the proposed changes on the memo, if we could say something like that, yeah.
Move funding from STIF Project 40 to STIF Project number 26, the $200,000. Is that correct? Or you want to move 270,000?
270,000.
Okay.
Yeah, so 270,000 from Project 40, which supports support on-demand dispatching technology, to project number 26. That could be a good motion.
So does that mean that it's going to cost 470,000?
No, it just means we transfer funding from one project to the other, and we will look to the next biennium to enhance Project 40.
Okay.
I think what Commissioner Durr may have been asking is STIF Project 26 provides $200,000 worth of funding, and if we're adding 270 to that, does that mean the total project cost is now 470?
Correct.
Okay.
That's what I was asking. So now we're paying $500,000.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah, could have been a little clearer, I think, don't you think?
Sorry about that.
Yes. Is there a second to the motion?
Yeah, I'll second it.
Any further discussion?
Andrea, I'd be interested in if there was ever kind of a selection call or a technology call, just to be involved, just to understand the, just the technology scope of what's being proposed and implemented, just for my knowledge and be able to advocate.
Absolutely.
And I do have a question for you after we do the vote, so about something else. So Commissioner DeBonne?
I vote yes.
Commissioner Henderson?
I vote yes.
Okay, and the chair votes yes. So, Andrea, can you give us numbers on ridership for the La Pine to Sun River route? I know it's our first year. I know it's not in the best of circumstances, but I do believe that the driver is doing that route. Is it picking up at all?
Yes, it is. It's actually picking up. Ridership tends to be just under 20 people per day. We do run it 7 days a week. And ridership tends to be a lot of the youth in La Pine that is employed at the resort for various shift work and jobs at the Shark or the various commercial areas. So that is the main demographic that is taking that service. So residents from La Pine that work in Sun River.
Okay, great. Well, 20, that's a start. So that sounds better than what I had originally heard. So I'm glad to hear that. And hopefully next year it will grow considerably, I would believe. So, okay. Well, thank you so much for joining us this morning. Good luck with that project. And I'm sure I'll see you soon.
All right.
Thank you,
everyone.
Thank you.
Okay, we now are actually at item number 14. Nancy Blankenship, would you like to join us, please? And where's that Stephen Dennison?
He is homesick, so you just got me, sorry.
Oh, no, that's fine.
Welcome.
Thank you very much. How are y'all?
We're doing just fine.
Good, good. So I appreciate you considering my request. So as you know, in May, we had the election board spread in 3 different locations, and logistically it was I thought I could do it, and as we were into it, it became a little bit of I wouldn't say it was a nightmare, but it was difficult to manage people in 3 different locations, giving them the same information, because we have the heavy carts that we move the ballots on, and moving them to 3 different locations, trying to make sure that they were right size for the number of boards in the location so that everybody had the appropriate amount of work. And then providing the same information. You'd get to one group and you'd tell them something, and they'd ask a question, and some relevant other piece of information would come up, and you'd have to go back to the other 2 locations and share that. And and then my observers had to be off-sited, so they were sitting downstairs in a room on a camera. It just didn't, I just needed roller skates, and to have been like 30 years younger. I was exhausted by the time we got done. So,
You should have brought your puppy in to help.
Yes, he could have transported stuff for me.
I'm sure.
But to meet our security needs and to be as efficient as possible, knowing that, in May we had a 44% turnout. In November, we're expecting somewhere between 84 and 86, just based on historical numbers. So that's a doubling. The board was here until about 3:30 that Wednesday morning, which was about 2-3 hours longer than we'd anticipated, because we just didn't have the room to have more boards working. And so with that anticipated turnout in November, we're hoping to have more boards working, more people, and to meet the logistics of transporting ballots and moving ballots and having the room to accommodate that number of people, not knowing what might be transpiring over the next few months. My ask is, if I could use these 3 rooms and open those up, we would make some security adjustments, temporary security adjustments, but be able to use these 3 rooms for the boards to process the ballots. And what we were thinking about is, we typically start the boards on the Wednesday before the election, but we'd start the boards on the Thursday to accommodate your Wednesday meeting. We would have to figure out some logistics for your Monday meeting before the election, because that would be a heavy work day. And so we would be down here working Thursday, Friday, Monday, Tuesday, and then cleaning up Wednesday morning. And so if there's a way that we could partner to make sure that Deschutes County has a very smooth, secure, and efficient election in November, I would very much appreciate that.
Okay,
I think everybody would.
We're talking October 29th, this Thursday.
Commissioners, if I can jump in there too.
Sure.
Sharon and I met with Nancy and Steve a couple of weeks ago on this, and we appreciate the long lead time in planning for this. Obviously, the general election is enormously important. So this would potentially affect 3 meeting days for the Board of Commissioners. Wednesday, October 28th, would be the first, Monday, November 2nd, and then Wednesday, November 4th. So in just kind of working through the logistics with Nancy and Steve, we think if we, I mean, one option obviously is to cancel all 3 days, which is certainly possible, but, you know, puts a crimp in keeping county business moving forward. But we think we can, on that Wednesday, if we had a hard stop, we kept the agenda light, we could finish by a time certain and free up the room for Nancy's
You're an optimist.
folks. Well, yeah.
I know, we just have to keep our agenda pretty light that day, I would think.
Following Wednesday, on Wednesday the 4th, if we had a 1 o'clock late start, Nancy believes that's enough time to kind of clear out and allow us to move forward. So it's really that Monday the 2nd, which under our new format, it would be a 1 o'clock start, so it would be a partial meeting. So those are our choices. So we don't have to decide today. The main ask today was to certainly give the Board of Commissioners a heads up that this is coming and you know, kind of seek your understanding and flexibility to be able to work with Nancy and you know, and then make adjustments accordingly with your meeting dates on those 3 days, assuming that you are in fact supportive.
Excellent. Nancy, you're so good about coming this far ahead, and we can definitely put our calendars so that we can work together and, you know, get our critical jobs done before, early on the 28th and then starting at 1 on the 4th. So, yes, because sometimes you're here like a long time, aren't you, like on the evening of the 3rd?
Yeah, I think I left about 4:15 in May on Wednesday morning.
Yes, so, okay, and there's going to be double the ballot, so, yes.
Yeah,
So
we're
that's-
hoping for a strong turnout. I think there's a little bit of interest in this upcoming election, and I just want to be sure that we are as best prepared for what we know today and have some flexibility, because as we've seen over the course of the last few months, things seem to be changing on a daily, weekly basis. So we just want to be prepared and have an adequate space and make sure that people see that we're doing things correctly, properly, efficiently, and that we, as their public servants, are doing their work as best we can on their behalf.
So, yeah, I support that request, and I mean, go ahead and really design it the way you need it, as in, even if you want to start controlling like the end of the hallway and have this a controlled area, or however you need to do it, you know, voter confidence and you know, ability to review in a comfortable fashion for the folks that are involved is going to be very important. You know, I think it could be quite a show if the lights are on at night and somebody's outside watching in, or would you keep the, you know, shades down? But I mean, this is it. This will be American democracy at its best for our county. So yeah, please utilize you know, I'm sure you're planning real well, but think of controlling it just the way you want to, because then we'll be able to you know, discuss it if there's something we need to react to. But this will be the priority, especially for that 1 week, yes.
Yeah.
Nancy, because it is a presidential election, it might be even better for you to know that you have the room on the 28th, honestly, and we could have a huge agenda on Monday, the 26th. I don't know, you said you usually do Wednesdays,
We usually start Wednesday and give them a break kind of halfway between, but I want to be a team player. So,
Yeah.
you know, you guys need to do your business. I don't want to hold up, because you have a lot of things going on.
We could
And so
possibly
we can start on Thursday, as long as we have the room for at least an hour, so we can get everything kind of set up.
Okay, well, just know that
Yeah.
we can always move.
With enough lead time, we could have a Monday and a Tuesday.
Yeah, we could have a Monday and a Tuesday.
I mean, why not?
Whatever works for you. I just want to be, we need to work together.
Yeah,
'cause
oh, absolutely.
Both things are important, and it's important that we both get what we need done. So, yeah.
Exactly. All right,
Okay.
great.
So think about it, and then we can connect
Yeah.
whenever Tom tells me to come back, and we can get that all, and get the details more lined up.
Commissioner Henderson, did you want to add something?
Yeah, as somebody that's on the ballot, I'm least interested in the the November 1st and 4th meetings. or second and fourth, whatever it is. I mean, in terms of having them, because one is the day before the election, the other one is the day after the election, and if you can sometimes be up kind of late. I think I was bothering Nancy 4 years ago to find out results.
It's because we were still working at 10:30 the next morning.
That's right. So I'd be in favor of doing the Wednesday before, but maybe not having meetings on the second and the fourth, just personally.
We'll work it out. Yeah.
Anyway, I'm totally supportive of using the rooms, and I actually like the idea of it being visible. It would be interesting. So.
You can set up stadium seating or something else.
Well, yeah, you can see it from the bypass, but that's just one side of it. This would be quite a show here.
Yeah.
Depending on the weather, of course.
Exactly.
So now that we're having our fabulous summer weather, isn't it lovely?
Great.
Okay, good.
Well, thanks, you guys. I sure appreciate it. And you guys have a great rest of your day. Thanks, Tom.
No, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Okay. I believe we have Elizabeth Holden for our SAMHSA grant funds. Oh, and Janice? Janice, did you want to lead?
Hello, this is Elizabeth Holden, and Deschutes County Behavioral Health Program Manager, and I do see that Janice is on. I believe I heard her. Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm here very happily today to request permission to be able to accept a grant that we presented to you earlier in the year to ask permission to apply for. It's the SAMHSA grant for System of Care funds that we were awarded to the tune of $1 million a year or each year over the next 4 years. I'm going to apologize in advance. My computer is frozen, so much of what I'm going to share with you today is from memory. And I believe Janice probably has hers up, so if I miss any gaps, I will rely on her to help me. There is an error in our request for the grant acceptance. In the last page, I think it has about 6 staff requested. In actuality, we are requesting 8 limited duration FTE that are fully funded by the grant. That would include 1 behavioral health supervisor, 1 data analyst, 3 behavioral health specialist ones, and 3 peer support specialists.
Elizabeth, we actually got a correction to that application. So Janice did give us a correction. So we're looking at the documents you are referring to.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you. I appreciate that, Commissioner. So we are requesting permission to accept the funds and be able to implement the grant as we outlined in our application.
Okay. Commissioner DeBone, did you have any questions?
No questions. Another
I'm sorry.
grant-funded opportunity. It does add FTE, so just acknowledging that. Congratulations on being able to receive this, and no other comments.
Well, knowing the backstory that the last time we applied for this and we had a minuscule little error on the application, and so it's wonderful to know that we actually received it this time. So congratulations to your department for all your hard work and doing a superb job in completing the application. So, Commissioner Henderson?
Audio. I can see his mouth moving.
He's talking, but we're not hearing.
I see.
There you go.
I forgot about that. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. I don't know how long audio takes. Anyway, thanks for bringing this up, Janice and Elizabeth. I'm glad that we, as Commissioner Dare said, that we were successful in getting this. I appreciate the explanation yesterday. This is for working with children with serious emotional disturbances and wraparound services. I think there is a need for that in our communities, and we're lucky that we're one of however many communities in the country that have gotten this from the federal government. So I'm supportive as well and anxious to see how it works and what you can develop doing it. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
And commissioners, if I may, this is another grant that has limited duration positions in it. So there are 2 budget adjustments coming your way next week. One is for the impacts grant, as you heard earlier, and the other is for the acceptance of these funds and the addition of 8 FTE for this particular grant. We're really hopeful that we will, by next week, have clarity on being able to fully engage in recruitment and hiring for our grant-funded positions. So just a sort of placeholder that as soon as we can get real clarity on that and distinguish those positions as positions we have the go-ahead on, that would be very helpful for us. Both of these grants anticipate that we're hiring once we're accepting funds, so that clarity will be welcome.
Great.
One thing else I wanted to highlight is that it happens that these both fall on the same day, the impacts grant of this. And for people that aren't aware of how funding in health works, the fact that we get, successfully receive both of these is really kind of remarkable for our county and the people who live here. I mean, it's really, to fund all this out of just property taxes or whatever would be a challenge compared to doing it this way. So we're really, and people, I don't know, somebody should write a story about how successful our grant work is, but you've done a great job to get
Thanks, Commissioner. And the reason that we're able to compete for these grants is in part because we have the support of our board, but it's absolutely very much related to the fact that we have excellent clinicians doing the frontline work. So every time I go apply for a grant or Liz applies for a grant, we come back to our staff, and what we actually do is ask them to do more. Even when they get additional staff, often we're taking on additional administrative sorts of tasks. There's always reporting that has to be done, data that has to be tracked and analyzed, and additional steps that other team members are expected to do. And our staff shoulder that burden and provide really excellent care. And grant funders know that. So I just want to highlight that this is a reflection of our behavioral health specialists and peers and case managers, their supervisors, frontline supervisors, and managers like Liz Holden, who are really excellent. So just a quick moment to brag about how good our people are and how hard they're working in the midst of the crisis.
Great.
No, and Janice, how long have you been at your position, Janice? As the team
this
leader?
One?
Yes.
I've been in this role for almost 2 years, and I've been with the county for 5.
Okay, well, your leadership and your care and compassion for your staff and, the job that you do it's really to be commended. And thank you guys. And, I hope this really helps when you can bring in these additional 8 people and do this, necessary work for children. So thank you for applying, and I'm so glad that we actually were the beneficiary of all your, expertise and thoughtfulness, thoroughness, and getting the job done. So thank you. And please tell your staff too. They, I know, work extremely hard. So you have very high standards.
Oh, I want to, follow up on that, Commissioner Dare. So just so, we can't see Elizabeth's face today, but.
She's on vacation, actually.
Oh.
Calling in from vacation.
Okay, there you are. Good.
With a big smile on her face now, too.
Yeah.
Dennis made these same comments.
Oh, there she is.
Hello.
How well you've done in the past and how much you bring to it. So they weren't just public comments. They were ones I heard yesterday as well when I was just in a private conversation. So thank you.
Well, thank you all. It's certainly a team effort, and I think working for the county has been one of the great professional joys of my life. It's a great organization with good support, and I think we do good work as a whole community. So thank you.
So does that mean you're not going to be at our behavioral health meeting on Friday?
Will not.
You will not. Well, lucky you. That's great to know.
I will not.
Good.
I'm sure I'll get caught up as soon as I'm back in town.
Okay, wonderful. All right. Do we have a motion?
So I'll move acceptance of the SAMHSA grant for comprehensive community system of care expansion of services for children with serious emotional disturbances.
I'll second that.
Any further discussion?
Just acknowledging this is that same situation with grant-funded FTE. And then, I guess, when the staff do this, is this in the field? So there's kind of home base at the county offices, and then it's in-field service?
Correct.
Yeah, okay. Because I know the next thing will be just elbow space and room for our health staff, and I know, stabilization centers provided some capacity for some more space, but that'll be a future discussion also.
It includes the purchase of 2 vehicles, the grant. So sounds like you'll be out on the road. So
Yeah,
please,
quite a bit.
please do not buy Priuses. We had to sell 8 this summer. Find something that actually can drive in the winter would be a really good idea. So Commissioner DeBonne?
Yes.
Commissioner Henderson?
Yes.
And the chair votes yes, and congratulations, and thank you again.
Thank you.
Commissioners.
Enjoy your vacation.
I will. Thanks. Bye-bye.
Okay, so we're now at item number 16. Peter Russell.
Peter Russell submitted the agenda request on behalf of Christy, who was out last week. So Christy Bollinger should be
Oh, there you go.
Okay.
available.
All right. There she is. Christy, would you care to join us?
Yeah, sorry, I got disconnected briefly, but I'm back on now. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Well, good morning, commissioners. Again, for the record, Christy Bollinger. Let me see if I can get video on here. There we go. So thank you very much. I'm joined obviously by Nick Lilac, and I believe we may also have participation via Zoom from the city of La Pine. But basically, we're here today to revisit the topic of applying for a $250,000 transportation growth management grant that would allow us to do area planning for county-owned property in the Newberry, the neighborhood known as the New Neighborhood. So we've come to your board previously a couple times and done a couple presentations and spoke about the benefits of applying for this grant and what it would allow us to do. Today, we are asking the board to decide whether they would like to support the grant application process, and if so, we would request that the board provides a letter of support. And we have drafted one. It wasn't submitted with this, but we could route that accordingly. I understand that we have a couple outstanding questions. I know Commissioner DeBonne had routed a question about why we landed on $250,000. So we just kind of wanted to speak to that. I circled back to the state and spoke to one of their coordinators and explaining, a high level of what the planning effort could look like. And they felt that the $250,000 would align and allow us to do a solid comprehensive planning that would be executable. We also, Nick and I were talking recently, and we kind of outlined some of the other things that we just wanted to bring to your attention that have a substantial cost to this process. The first one is it would include a robust public planning or public involvement process. So that takes a lot of energy and time to bring along the right stakeholders and make sure that we do as much outreach as possible to get support and be able to answer public comments and public questions and just have that involvement with them. So there's a substantial cost to that. The plan would also complete a market analysis to inform and determine the overall ratio, for example, of market versus affordable versus low income housing, and also what would the neighborhood commercial look like in that plan. We also talked about let's see. The $250,000 ask would also allow us to provide a higher, a deeper dive into the planning effort versus just doing bubble diagrams and then follow-up planning efforts later. So in the end, our goal is to have a comprehensive plan that can be executed and not have to do subsequent follow-up plans. And also, this dollar amount could also allow us to include infrastructure planning for roads and sanitary sewer, things like that. We also would look at reviewing and drafting as necessary changes to the city's comprehensive plan and development code and potential development by the city. So again, there's a cost to that. So we're trying to provide you as much information, to help understand why we're asking for the $250,000 from the grant. And I know that Commissioner Henderson, you've had some questions about state oversight, and I actually circle back to the state to try to, get their input and make sure we have a solid understanding of what their involvement would be. If we were awarded the grant, the county, the city, and the state would jointly develop a statement of work, which would include the grant's objectives. And I'm happy to review just real briefly. The grant's overall objectives are to provide transportation choices, create communities, support economic vitality and growth, save public and private costs, and promote environmental stewardship. It's also the state goal to have a light hand in this process and to support local policy. So those are just some things that we wanted to circle back to and hopefully give you some comfort and understanding. And I think at this point, we're happy to answer any further questions you might have.
So I really like the idea of partnering with the City of La Pine. As I think about this, and we've talked about it a few times, I don't know that there's as many variables as a traditional development, as in it's already an incorporated area, it already has, water and sewer. I mean, there's a lot of things that are kind of in place already. So really, it's just kind of how is it going to be subdivided and what's the density levels going to be. So, I'm supportive of proceeding with this because, we can do it in partnership and make sure that the comprehensive plan and the City of La Pine's residents are on board with it. But yeah, some of the deep analysis down some of those paths, I don't know that we are going to need to do that, but that'll come out in the project.
So for me, appreciate you circling back with the state. It's really going to be, they say the devil's in the details. It's really, when they say a light hand, that's unusual for the state of Oregon to be a light hand in anything, but maybe they will be in this. I'm just concerned about it. A second part of what you said is, I don't have any problem with the budget and what it would take to do the planning, but I think it's really important that we keep in mind this is, our land, and so we want to have a very involved, aware and informed involvement with this, because ultimately, whether it gets developed or not, it's going to probably be private parties do it, and we have to plan it in a way it does. And I've lived here long enough that I know the history of Juniper Ridge, which the city of Bend, got from the county, who'd gotten it from the BLM, and it was 1,500 acres of the north end of Bend. And literally, it's barely moved in 20 years. And they spent $2 million with this great plan they came up with, but it was not workable because of fundamental problems. And it's very hard to do developments. This is the same warning I gave the city of Redmond about the 40-acre parcel. When you start deciding what you're going to have in sections, if if people have never done it, it's way more complicated than it seems like it would be. You can't just say, well, we'll have apartments here and houses here and businesses here. Well, maybe the market doesn't want those necessarily, and I can maybe there's problems. I know the other commissioners have heard about it, but so I think we need to be very involved as a body with our land and how it gets developed and whether we've thought it through. And seek the advice. I mean, I really would be out. I think one of the ways I would spend money on this project if I was involved is I would be looking at other neighborhoods that we might want to model. I'd be, visiting other communities that have taken 350 acres and this is what they've done with it. And they'll tell you why it works and what didn't work. And you can learn some very valuable lessons for a lot less money than when you do them wrong and have to correct it all. And so that's how I would like to see the money spent. But I really think we have to stand up for our interests because it's, in the end, it's the land we have and we want to make sure it's used as wisely as we can. So I see a little more important role there, but I'm glad the city of Pine wants to help us with the plan, this planning project. So I know we have the capacity in our county to do that. So.
I appreciate those comments from both Commissioner DeBone and Commissioner Henderson. I think that, I think the best way to be successful through this effort is to partner with the city. So I think your comments are spot on. We have the capacity and the knowledge and the expertise, and I think joining forces with the city will make this plan successful.
Yeah, well, I agree with what you're saying. Joining with them is good, but I also think we need to know how much experience do the people of the city there, just like how much experience do we have developing things, and where do we look for real experts or other people that have had success, because that's going to be what really makes the success is gaining from people that really have done this, because I don't know the level of the city. I'm glad they're participating, but it's to get it market driven is really a work. So,
and I think too that will be developed in the scope, and then also when the consultant is selected through the RFP process, that could be part of our scope with that as well. So I think that can be achieved. And I don't know, maybe Nick has experience with TGM grants, and maybe he can speak to that a little deeper.
Yes, Nick, are there some things you could add to this? It is almost 400 acres. It's a huge piece of county property, and it's right there in La Pine, which is actually now really booming. A lot of families are moving to La Pine. It's a great neighborhood for families, and so we have to really do it right.
Nick Lelak, Deschutes County Community Development Director. We do have to do it right, and I believe that we will. And two key components of it that Christie's already mentioned and Commissioner Henderson mentioned is that, number one, we need to make sure that what we're doing is going to be market feasible, which is why I think a market analysis is going to be very important. And number two, as the property owner, Deschutes County will be intimately involved in this process from start to finish. When the city of Redmond completed their urban growth boundary in 2006, they applied for a TGM grant to create two area plans, one on the northwest side of the city and one at the north end of the city, where there were compilations of a lot of different property owners, and both neighborhood plans were incredibly successful. Huge committee comprised of property owners and existing residents and state agencies and private organizations, et cetera. And collectively, they made both plans very successful. They're still on the books today and paid for with the grant. And so those were very successful, and I think those could be good models of how we structure this grant application and then how we implement it going forward. But just to emphasize again that it needs to be market feasible, and Deschutes County as the property owner will be heavily involved from start to finish. And I have every expectation that our staff will need to help co-manage the project with the city of La Pine, given that they have limited staffing resources.
Looks like we have a city manager and a couple councilors and the mayor join us here.
Great. Daniel, would you like to join us as the mayor?
There you go. I really think that this is very fundamental to our community. You know, it ties the northern and southern ends of La Pine together. It's going to be a vital part of our community. It's one of the largest blocks of habitation that we'll have within our. I think that it's pretty important that we partner with the county and get this done. We do have existing builders that are moving into the southern part of this block of land, and that I think is just as important that we get this on the road so that we can move into the northern and central part also.
Great. Thank you so much. Thank you, Danielle. Melissa, did you want to add some comments? Melissa Bethel?
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate the commissioners taking the time. Just to clarify, I understand Commissioner Henderson's concerns. I think I heard the term "our land" 4 times in his comments, but the reality is we want to work closely with you, and this is for your benefit also, because the truth of the matter in planning is zoning dictates what you can do with that land. So the city wants to do appropriate zoning for your land, so we get the best development possible. Our code's going to dictate what happens there. We want to work with you to dictate how that happens. And so this is the best of both worlds. The TGM grant is nothing to be scared of as far as state oversight, because we just went through it and redid our whole development code for downtown and our other zoning areas. So there's nothing scary in it. There's nothing state scary that says anything weird or overly urban. We have very good plan that was very much accepted by our whole city. Our downtown design standards, I mean, that's pretty crazy for La Pine, but everybody accepted it and is excited about it. We're implementing a storefront improvement program to implement that. So I think this grant's been well used, it's well respected, and it's going to be a great fit for that area. And so we'll be able to join forces and work together to get the best for both the county and for the city. And that's just what we're hoping for.
So, Melissa, this is Phil again. I don't want to may have stated enough. I'm just trying to warn about things I've seen in 30 years of living in Central Oregon. I've watched developments in Madras, been involved in Madras, Prineville, Bend, and all of the resorts. And so I'm just saying there's things. So one is this issue of state control. It sounds like that's not going to be a problem, hopefully. But I live in a city, I live in Bend, where the state does control a lot of things that are the development direction, and they have certain goals that may be different than what the residents of La Pine want. And that's going to be something, I'm just trying to forewarn on that. When I say our land, meaning just look at it like you're an owner, not just a plan. It's easy to lay out a plan that looks pretty on the land, on maps. And I've looked at these projects that didn't succeed because it looked good, but then, there was this other thing we didn't think about. And so I'm just saying, and the Bend one is another good example. I don't know if you're familiar with Juniper Ridge, but it was a huge parcel that had all this hope and dreams, and they spent $2 million on a plan, and they've never done it. And the university didn't end up. So I'm just saying, it really needs to be thought about, and we need to make sure we have people with experience. And it's one thing to do a study, and even a market analysis won't do it, but it's really what can you learn from people that have actually done these things? Is there do you do the apartments before the houses? Do you do the commercial before the houses? I mean, even I know talking to Vic Russell about his projects, he's learning some things as he goes along. So I'm just saying, I just have a lot of warnings because I've seen a lot of this, and I'm not saying we can't do it, and I'm not saying it's ours, not yours or something. I'm just saying, look at this. That's what I'm really trying to say is look at this as a property owner. Will this work? Will people actually do it? So I'm just trying to emphasize it because we're just going into this. I think it's great if it works out well. I know with your leadership and our CDD's leadership and the citizens, it's great. But there's a lot of people in Central Oregon that have seen these things that didn't happen, and it's just interesting. It's really challenging sometimes. So I try to bring that. It's age and experience, I guess. So thanks.
So I guess if I could just respond, I don't think we're looking at the detail level in this plan that you're suggesting. I think it's going to be more high level of planning. And just for an instance, right now, the way the property is zoned and listed it, or the requirements in our zoning, Vic Russell's development's a very nice development. I don't think anybody's even, has anything bad to say about it. It's beautiful. He had to go through a code amendment. He had to change our code and a zoning ordinance to do what he wanted to do. Anybody who comes to develop most likely is going to have to do that. And so that's a process no developer wants to go into, where they're having to come in and change our code to do what they need to do for a beautiful development. These are the issues and problems we're trying to get rid of, so that a developer knows exactly what they can do. They can come in and it's clear, and there's no other additional steps they have to take with changing our code to get a good development. I think if we stay at high level, your concerns are valid. I agree. I don't know that we want to say get down to the actual where apartments go or zone, commercial, but there is a way to develop and zone that area and plan that area that allows for those opportunities. And so I think we're on the same page. I think we agree with each other, and I think it'll be a good opportunity.
Thank you, Melissa. Thank you for those comments. Mr. DeBone, did you have anything you wanted to add?
Nothing to add. I'm supportive, so I'll move approval of a board letter supporting the City of La Pine's application for a TGM grant in the amount of $250,000.
Is there a second?
Yeah, I'll second that.
Is there any further discussion? Commissioner DeBone?
Yes.
Commissioner Henderson?
Yes.
And the chair votes yes. And yes, thank you for your patience. And thank you, Christy, for your presentation today.
Thank you, commissioners, and thank you, City of La Pine, for participating in our discussion.
Thanks for joining us.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Christy. Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you. Okay, so we now have our 11:20 hearing, and we are exactly 1 hour late. Zachariah?
Hello. All right. For the record, Zachariah Heck, Associate Planner with the Community Development Department. Bear with me for a moment as I share my screen here. I have a quick PowerPoint to go through.
I might propose to at least take a 5-minute break, just stand up
Yes.
and move around a little bit.
We need to take, Zachariah, we're going to take a 5-minute break.
Sure.
Is that okay?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Great, thanks.
I know, I have to breathe for a second. Going to reconvene. Sorry about that, Zachariah. If you want to now take over again, please. We just needed to stand up for a minute.
Yeah, understood. No worries at all.
Thank you very much.
All right, so looks like I'm sharing my screen. We'll go to slideshow here. And before I begin, I will ask the commission, did you all receive a copy of the PowerPoint on your chairs today? And Commissioner Henderson, did you receive one via email from Sharon Keith?
I have it right here.
Yes.
Great. And
I did get mine. Thank you.
perfect, thanks. Also attached to the PowerPoint, I provided some new testimony that was submitted between the meeting packet upload and today's hearing. So hopefully, yeah, you got a copy of that as well. So Commissioner Adair, there is also a legislative hearing opening process script that
Yes, I have mine.
Awesome, perfect. So we'll have you read the highlighted parts. I'll start it off here. And for the commission as well as anybody listening online, just to share that it is a fairly lengthy script here. So thank you for your patience. And this is also recognizing that the record is open. It has been since February. In coordination with legal counsel, we decided it's important to go through this process to describe what the process will be for the hearing today. So here we go. This is the time and place set for hearing on file number 247-19-265 PA concerning amending the Deschutes County Code to establish eligibility comprehensive plan criteria for 6 specific areas currently designated exclusive farm use or forest use to non-prime resource lands, defined in Oregon Administrative Rules 660-004-005, subsection 3, as non-resource lands. The Board of County Commissioners will hear oral testimony, receive written testimony, and consider the testimony submitted at this hearing. Due to COVID-19, the hearing will be conducted remotely via Zoom as well as in person. The board and staff will be panelists, and the public will be attendees and will have their microphones muted until raised to panelist status by the chair. The process will be as follows. Staff, which is in this case is the applicant for this legislative amendment, will give a brief report. For the public participating by video, staff will announce the name of the person to be elevated to panelist and unmuted to provide their testimony, then be returned to attendee status with microphone muted. For the public members participating by telephone, staff will announce the last 4 numbers of the phone number and ask if the person wishes to provide testimony. The person will be elevated to panelist and unmuted and respond yes or no if they wish to provide testimony. If no, they are returned to attendee status. If yes, the person will provide testimony and then return to attendee status. The hearing is being recorded. The board may make a decision on this matter today, continue the public hearing to a date certain, or leave the record open for a specific period of time. Questions to and from the chair may be entertained at any time at the chair's discretion by using the raise your hand feature in Zoom. Cross-examination of people testifying will not be allowed. However, if any person wishes to ask a question of another person during that person's testimony, please use the raise your hand feature in Zoom. The chair is free to decide whether or not to ask such questions of the person testifying. Prior to commencement of the hearing, any party may challenge the qualifications of any commissioner for a conflict of interest by using the raise your hand feature in Zoom. This challenge must be documented with specific reasons supported by facts. Should any commissioner be challenged, the member may disqualify himself or herself, withdraw from the hearing, or make a statement on the record of their capacity to hear and decide on this issue. At this time, do any members of the board need to set forth any information that may be perceived as a conflict of interest?
Does any commissioner have anything to disclose, and if so, please state the nature of same and whether you can proceed?
I have none.
Commissioner Henderson?
I have none.
And as chair, I have none.
Excellent. Does any party wish to challenge any commissioner based on conflict of interest? If we're here, we're looking for a raise your hand feature or anybody.
Do we see any raise your hands, Stephanie? No? No, I don't see any in the room. As no challenges are presented prior to opening of the hearing, does anyone have any procedural objections to the public hearing? Seeing none, the public hearing is now open. Staff will proceed with a brief staff report.
Excellent. Thanks again, commissioners. This is the third public hearing on non-prime resource lands, a continued public hearing. Non-prime resource lands are comprehensive policies to create a framework for establishing the non-prime resource lands program in Deschutes County. I have a quick presentation I will share with you all, recognizing this is the third public hearing. I feel like the commission's heard a lot from staff here, so I want to be brief and be available to respond to any questions the commission has, as well as recognizing that there are likely several members of the public interested in testifying. So again, my presentation will be brief. So to start off with, what are non-prime resource lands? They are the same as non-resource lands as defined in Oregon Administrative Rule. They have an exceedingly low capacity to be managed for commercial agriculture and or forestry activities, and they do not meet state agricultural land or forest land definitions due to poor soil conditions, lack of irrigation, climate conditions, and other factors, including past land use. So how did we get here, and why is the county taking on this task? Well, we hear frequently from property owners throughout the county, but most notably in these 6 subject properties that I will describe shortly, that they feel like they have inaccurate zoning designations for their land. In the case of the 6 legacy residential areas, these areas function as rural residential neighborhoods, and yet they are zoned exclusive farm use or forest use, the most restrictive zoning districts in the county. Furthermore, our comprehensive plan provides direction to identify and retain accurately designated agricultural lands. So the non-prime resource lands project is in line with our comprehensive plan and is in response to a significant amount of comments we hear from county residents. In March of last year, in 2019, the board directed staff to initiate amendments to establish a non-prime resource lands program. The original amendments had 2 proposals. Proposal 1, what we are here to discuss today, focusing on 6 residential areas. Again, these are areas, neighborhoods, if you will, and not solely 6 specific properties. Proposal 2 formally acknowledged the non-resource lands process allowed by the state and supplemented the state's criteria with local criteria that speaks to the lay of the land in Deschutes County and local values. The Planning Commission held 3 open houses with staff throughout the county, held 2 public hearings, and 2 follow-up meetings for deliberations. Ultimately, the Planning Commission recommended approval of Proposal 1, focusing again on these 6 specific residential areas, to the Board of County Commissioners. Following the public hearings in front of the Planning Commission, late last fall in October, the board directed staff to formally separate the non-prime resource lands amendments into 2 distinct proposals, schedule a public hearing for Proposal 1, what we are discussing today, and then postpone consideration of Proposal 2, recognizing that the priority being Proposal 1, first focusing on these 6 specific areas, and then once we have a decision there, going forward to tackle on Proposal 2. A quick recap of our legislative process that got us here today. The board held 2 initial public hearings on November 18th of last year and a continued hearing on January 15th. The record for the January 15th hearing formally closed on January 22nd. And due to some last minute testimony we received at that point, it necessitated a response from the county. So the Board of County Commissioners reopened the record in early February and decided to hold a continued 3rd public hearing on April 1st. Unfortunately, due to the pandemic, the April 1st hearing had to be canceled. We waited several months to see what the pandemic would hold here locally, and have obviously ultimately decided to continue with the process with today's hearing, July 15th. Again, our 3rd public hearing on this topic. So again, I want to be super clear, today's hearing is focused on 6 specific legacy residential areas. And I will now provide a map, an overview of these areas. Up north, above Sisters, we have Squaw Creek Canyon Recreational Estates. This is a unique subdivision. It has both forest use, exclusive farm use, as well as rural residential zones within one subdivision. So this subdivision actually really accentuates the uniqueness of these 6 areas. It's just a matter of a line in one area. One neighbor has EFU, has to go through a conditional use permit process in order to develop their property with a residential use. And then their neighbors can go straight to a building permit because they have a rural residential 10 zoning on their property. Just west of the city of Bend, we have Skyline Subdivision as well as Skyline Subdivision First Edition. And in South County, we have Meadowcrest Acres, Hainer Park, and Section 36. In total, we have, the last time I checked, 237 lots totaling these 6 areas. Approximately 110 are vacant, and they total right around 900 acres. But it is important to note that Section 36, being a full section, encompasses the dominant share of the total acreage at 640 acres just for Section 36. So each one of these areas is parcelized, has a very small average lot size, well below the normal for resource zoned areas. They do not host farm or forest uses beyond the hobby level, and thus why they are unique in the subject of Proposal 1 here, the specific to the non-prime resource lands amendments. The comprehensive land amendments cover several sections and chapters within our comprehensive plan. Section 1, comprehensive planning, Section 2, resource management, and Section 3, rural growth management. There's a new section that the amendments propose specific to the non-prime resource lands program, and that is Section 3.11. All of the policies are provided in the board's meeting packet, available online through our Deschutes.org/meetings website, as well as our project-specific website, Deschutes.org/NPR. A few updates since the last board public hearing on January 15th. We received, I actually went on a tour with Oregon State University's Extension's agronomist, local agronomist here, Mylan Boyle. He has 31 years of experience in Central Oregon working with property owners on how to assess the farming viability on their property, things they can do to make their property viable for agricultural uses. So he submitted a letter to the record recognizing that the 2 areas zoned exclusive farm use, being Meadowcrest Acres, as well as a portion of Squaw Creek Canyon Recreational Estates, have really no commercial viability of agricultural uses. In response to the 1,000 Friends testimony that we received toward the very end of the public record period following the January 15th meeting, we had our county forester, Ed Keith, respond with an analysis of the lots zoned forest use. He submitted 2 letters analysis analyzing the subject properties, describing that really the only viable commercial operations for these forest use zone properties comes down to commercial firewood, and at that a very limited amount. So not realistic to presume that a property owner could engage in forestry uses on these subject properties. In addition, Todd Cleveland, our environmental soil specialist, our supervisor, submitted 2 letters again responding to the 1,000 Friends testimony, recognizing that there are in theory, no limitations to siting a septic field or system on the subject properties. He did not foresee any issues. There has been no history of issues within these properties. We also received several comments from the general public. Most of them property owners of these 6 specific areas. Again, I'll share that the board specified that they were interested in hearing from property owners of these 6 subject areas for this public hearing. We did receive at least a lot of phone calls from these property owners expressing support. Others did support or express concerns about access, impact to wildlife, etc. And those are all provided in your meeting packet, and the ones submitted after the meeting packet upload have been provided to the board hard copy this morning and will be posted to the project website as well. Just for the sake of clarity and transparency, I'll really quick acknowledge what testimony I provided to the board this morning. There's testimony from Central Oregon Land Watch, 1,000 Friends, and then several members of the public. I'll just mention their last name: Cunningham, Saunders, Goddard, Lipscomb, Kogler. So with that, I'm here to answer any questions from the board, and also recognize that we have several members of the public that are interested in testifying as well. And last I checked, they are in the Zoom meeting room as attendees, and I think there actually might be a couple members of the public in person in the Barnes and Sawyer room.
Yes, we do have 4 individuals that want to testify. Sakura, I have a question for you. You mentioned phone calls. When you get a phone call, what do you do with that phone call?
Sure. So I take the time to listen to the concerns or what their comments are, answer them any way I can, and then if they're interested, I definitely encourage them to provide formal testimony to the record, which is then provided to the Board of County Commissioners.
Okay, so a phone call wouldn't be a formal record then, but you tell them they need to send an email or write a letter.
Correct.
Okay, all right. I just needed to clarify that.
Well, that was going to be my item here also. Mr. Cunningham called me yesterday, and there's an email that he contacted you. But for anybody that's listening that wants to follow this, to be part of an official record, just send an email to Zechariah's email of work, or even to us as commissioners, and we could forward it. Just to say, even if it's not a position, but that I'm interested in this topic and I want to be part of the record. So that's just kind of the concept. In case it gets appealed and there's process in the future, you'll be on a notification list.
Great. Okay. Thank you, Zachariah. Is that?
Absolutely.
Do you have anything else you now want to add?
I do not. I'll be here virtually on Zoom and can respond to any questions that come up, and
okay.
Look forward to hearing from the testimony.
All right. Are we able to open testimony now at this moment?
Mm-hmm.
So we did have someone, Carolyn Macbeth wanted to speak because she had another appointment, so I can ask her to speak first on the record, please. I think they've all been sanitized. Either one is fine. And we do have, are we allowing 3 minutes for testimony today? Our standard? Zachariah?
Not quite.
Excuse me, sorry.
Are we allowing 3 minutes for testimony for our normal public hearings?
Yeah, that is certainly at the chair's discretion. I will note that the notice did not necessarily state in advance that there would be a time limit.
Okay, well, they can always submit, hopefully, to the written record. I do believe we have the Land Watch letter, which you submitted via email
Yep.
on the 15th. Yes, from Carol. Thank you.
If I could offer to do a timer and just as.
Okay, do you want to do that?
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Or, yeah.
Good morning. My name is Carol Macbeth, and I'm a staff attorney for Central Oregon Land Watch. I think, Commissioners, that you have our letter in your packet today that has 5 photographs, figures 1 through 5, and figure 6. This is one of 4 letters we've submitted as written testimony, so all of those will be in the record for your review. I just wanted to go over briefly what we submitted today. The first 5 are photographs showing that the lands in question, these 6 areas, the figure 1 has 2 areas in it, they are all zoned for forest or farm. So they are protected under goals 3 and 4 respectively. And if you look at the definition, which I've added in figure 6, the definition of non-prime resource lands that is proposed here, it doesn't apply to those 6 areas. And I think that makes the definition is internally inconsistent. And so we don't believe that it's possible to do what the county's trying to do, but certainly not with this definition does not apply to these lands, because the definition is saying that it's recognizing lands that are non-resource lands under this OAR, but the definition under that OAR is land not subject to the statewide goals. But when you look at figures 1 through 5, they are zoned for EFU or forest. They are subject to statewide planning goals. So they don't meet the definition of non-prime, which is land that is not subject to goals. So we can't take land that is subject to goals and call it non-prime, because non-prime means not subject to any statewide goals. So it's just, it has been said to the county before that this is not something that's really going to be possible for the county to do. I understand the county's desire to do it, but it just isn't what happens when the county has these maps already made. They say where the agricultural lands are, and if the county wants to change that, there's a process for changing it, but this isn't it. And again, the non-prime resource land definition, you could have your staff explain that in more detail, what we're saying here, I guess, but because we only have 3 minutes, but the definition of non-resource lands is what forms the basis for non-prime lands, but those 2 things don't match because these lands are regulated by Goal 3 and Goal 4.
So if we can converse about this a little bit, and so it's 30 seconds left, but I'll stop it now that we're communicating. I mean, that's the idea, is switching it from resource to non-prime land. So are you saying that the logic tree trumps the conversation totally? I mean, because that's the idea. We're calling it a non-prime resource land.
Let's see, but the 6 areas don't qualify because what the definition for non-prime.
Don't qualify. I mean, we're just asking for this to be the new norm, the new path. So you're saying there's no path there, and I would agree there's no path there because we're asking for the path.
There's no path for these 6 areas because these 6 areas are regulated by the statewide goals, so they won't qualify for the definition that you guys are putting forward.
But that's the justification, is saying that since there's no path, let's make a path. I mean, yeah, so it'll be interesting how this goes, because that's the idea. We understand there's no path. That's why we're trying something.
Well, if this amendment is trying to change these 6 areas, that won't be possible because, but under your own definition, they're not going to qualify for non-prime. So the idea of having these 6 areas set aside and specially designated isn't going to be able to happen because they are regulated by Goal 3 and Goal 4 already. So they don't qualify as non-resource. So it's a little bit of a circular reasoning that's going on that I don't think the county has.
Isn't that the statewide land use system and the stops that we have? It's the fact that, you know, these are hard stops and we're not going to have a discussion here. And we're asking for having a discussion. We're trying to move forward, doing something for people that have owned property for a long time. They've tried to develop. They come up with conditional use requirements. They come up with other reasons why it can't be developed. And it just doesn't add up after 40 years or
Yeah, I think the county was on the right track going to the legislature because in a way, like, agricultural land isn't really a matter of opinion. It has a definition. It's like saying, what is the time in the United States? The National Institute of Standards and Technology says this is the time. And we may all say, gee, it seems like it's 4 o'clock, but it doesn't matter what we think it seems like. There is a time, and it is set by this National Institute. Similarly, there is a land capability classification. It's set by the NRCS, and that has been adopted as a definition in Oregon. And it doesn't matter whether it seems like it or whatever. Someone goes out and takes a tour and thinks that perhaps they're incorrect. There's a process. If they are incorrect, then they can be changed. But they're not. So far, they haven't been shown to be incorrect, and that's not what's being proposed here.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Carol. We have Jeff Lay and Karen Lay for testimony that are in the room. Okay. And what about Karen? You're here in favor. Okay, so that is your testimony. Okay, did you say, yes?
Mr. Lay?
Yes, this is Jeff Lay and Karen Lay, and they are in favor. Okay, all right. Thank you very much. Thank you for attending today. Okay, Dan Steelhammer, is he in the room? Yeah, a little soggy.
Appreciate it, though.
Yeah.
Thank you, Commissioners, for allowing us this opportunity to testify. I am a property owner in the Hainer Park subdivision and a resident of Deschutes County most of my life. The reality is what's on the ground doesn't match what's on the books for the legislation, and I think the last comments are designed to kick it back to the legislature where probably nothing will happen that would solve any of our problems here in Central Oregon. I think these would be positive steps in the right direction. The Hainer Park area, and I believe some of the other areas, have been residential neighborhoods since this, in the Hainer Park's case, since the 50s. And clearly, as buildings age there, property owners in these areas need the ability to upgrade and develop or redevelop their properties, and the forest zone lands and the agricultural zoning lands regulations make that very difficult and time-consuming. And I think this would really be a beneficial step for us.
So question, when you say that these are residential areas.
Yes.
When the properties have been changed hands or, purchased, was there any, I guess from your point of view, do you see any, the resource land concept, or you think of it as buying a rural residential style property?
Well, I think people we get into those discussions as people try to modify their homes and find out for the most part after the fact that they're in a forest zone when they thought they could do more with it. I don't think most people, when they think about the zoning very much. They see a home and assume that they can do with it as another property owner could.
In a small parcel lot.
Right.
So then, you wouldn't go to the concept of, this is forestry zone where you harvest trees for profit.
Correct. It's not as though you're buying 100 acres of forest land with nothing else on it. At Hainer Park, for example, most of us have 1 acre sites or smaller. There are some that are larger just by accumulation of other lots. But they have the general public in purchasing has no concept that they're getting into a potential landmine when they wanted to try and do something with it.
What a perfect choice of words.
Do you have a feel for what's the value of one tree if somebody wanted to say, I'm forestry zone, I'm going to sell my trees for a profit? I mean, is there value in one? And some of those ponderosas are kind of big, but
some of them are huge.
Do you have a feel for that? I don't have.
I can give you a very good example of that because I had to take some down last year, and I wanted to take some more down, and it cost more to cut them down than I could sell them for.
You couldn't make a profit on
the value. None of the trees were of marketable timber, so really they are firewood as described. There are a lot of beautiful but gnarly big trees.
So $150 a cord or whatever the number is.
Right. After you cut it and split it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. Thank you so much for coming and testifying today. It's really important, and we appreciate you being here. Ronald Tucker?
You can go to one of those other tables too if you want. You know, just switch it up. That's fine.
Thank you, Mr. Tucker, for joining us today.
Thanks for being patient too.
Yes, apologize for our.
I have a couple of things to ask or say or mention. Basically, I have probably not followed about 10% of everything that's gone on because I apologize for my eyes, I apologize for my ears, and I apologize for getting old, but here we are. And what I do have is this letter, and I wouldn't even be here except for one paragraph. And my other question was, I hope I can get all this in. Do you have transcripts of all this? Instead of
This is being recorded, and
all
audio recorded. In fact, yeah, if you want to, I'm going to suggest maybe remove your mask while you're speaking, just so we can have a good record of this.
Say again?
You may remove your mask while you're speaking per the governor's rules if you're speaking according to our legal advice, if you need to.
Oh, no, I'm just, yeah, you don't have to. I'm just suggesting.
I don't know what you said, I'm sorry.
Oh.
You said something about...
Commissioners,
If
if
you
I
want to
could
take,
clear on that point, I mean, the governor's directives and the OHA directives are a little cloudy on that. I think a reasonable interpretation could be that you can remove your mask when speaking if necessary to aid in being able to effectively communicate. But I can't speak for the governor or OHA or somebody in the public that might feel differently. So certainly if the gentleman of his own accord chooses to do that, that's one thing. But I wouldn't say that's consistent with the advice legal's provided.
Okay, I'll retract that. So, Mr. Tucker, we do record the meetings. They are recorded. And we can get you information if you would let Zachariah know that you need some additional help with your information.
I've been out and I'm only interested in one little part of this thing now. Last year there were some public meetings and my neighbors informed me that things looked pretty good, they were going to change it. And let me put it in perspective. Many, many years ago I bought a piece of property in Section 36. Back when I didn't purchase it until after 95, but unfortunately I did the research before that, and it used to be that in F2 you could live on it, and it certainly won't you cannot make a living off of 10 acres of bitter brush and jack pine. It's worthless from that point of view, other than firewood, and it ain't the best firewood. So here we are 20 some years later, and before I drop, I'd like to build a little cabin that I could stay in if I so decided to. And that all I'm really interested in is being able to see if the outcome is people that I talked to that were at the meetings that for other medical reasons in the family I wasn't. I missed last fall stuff, but they said it sounded good. Then I got this letter a week or two ago, and I just wanted to be able to say something if it didn't come out when I thought it was reasonable.
well, thank you very much for joining us. So you live in Section 36, and your goal is to build a cabin on the property you've owned since, what was the date?
I probably bought it, that first piece around 2000.
Okay, so 20 years ago.
I used to camp on it 10 years before that, but...
Yep. Thank you very much, though.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I apologize for not being able to communicate better.
No,
Thanks for joining us.
No, Mr. Tucker, thank you so much for coming in. We so appreciate hearing from our public.
I look forward to getting another letter saying it's better than it is. I do pay the taxes.
Well, thank you, and we appreciate that, too.
Thank you. And I realize if you make it better, they'll go up a little. Okay, as long as
You get your cabin. That's what you need.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's see, do we have any Zoom participants? I see we have Peters there.
There should be several.
Okay, we should have several. Stephanie, do we have a Zoom participant we can?
Yeah.
Oh, yes. Okay. Phil raised his hand. Oh, Scott, yes. Scott, would you like to join us?
Yes, thank you. And I apologize if my internet goes out. It's a little spotty today. I understand I have 3 minutes to speak.
Yes, you do. Thank you.
Thank you. It is unfortunate that we're addressing this ill-fated proposal today when the county is dealing with much more important issues like the pandemic, economic recovery of existing communities, rural public health, and wildfire risk. The presentation that Zachariah provided today had a number of mischaracterizations, particularly the fact that the county's argument that the subject properties do not meet the definitions of either agricultural lands or forest lands under state law. As Carol explained, it is very clear under state law that soils can create an agricultural land category for the subject property, and this proposal is in direct conflict with that. The county's position is just frankly implausible. It's already been addressed in case law. It's in direct contradiction to the administrative rules and state statutes, and it even opens up the county to having to pay attorney's fees at LUBA. It is a very clear argument, and it's just not grounded in the law. The idea of tax lots being the unit of land to evaluate whether a property is useful for ag or forest is not an appropriate lens. It is a legal lot or parcel, not a tax lot. One of the big things here is just that there is simply a focus on commercial engagement of a property. Under Goal 4, that includes not just commercial forestry operations, but also forest lands that are intended to protect species habitat, provide recreation and agriculture. I will note that just because a property is zoned forestry does not mean that it's not subject to Goal 3. So any comprehensive plan needs to address whether the property is regulated under Goal 3 or 4. The proposal here does not do that. And the piece about the Cleveland letter, that letter specifically stated that in Skyliners there were properties that lack suitable areas that were too close to the creek or in size to be able to facilitate a septic system. And it's just a matter of the county wanting to do something that is in direct violation of state law. There's no question about it that it's inconsistent with the administrative rules. And based on the record, it's clear that it's violating a number of statutes. This isn't a goal exception process. The term non-resource land is derived out of the goal exception process. If you're not doing the goal exception process and following the criteria there, it's inconsistent with that statute. And I will note that knowingly violating a statute that relates to the office of any public servant constitutes a criminal act under ORS Chapter 162. Purposefully flouting state law can have consequences not just at LUBA. If the real concern is about the expense to the property owner, the county needs to change its fee schedule. I encourage the county to use its limited resources to address the pandemic, work on economic recovery for existing communities, and work towards improving rural public health services rather than pursue this proposal any longer. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us today.
So could you do an introduction real quick?
Yes.
Scott Hilgenberg with 1000 Friends of Oregon, Rural Lands Legislative Attorney.
Yes, there's a letter.
So, yep, I'm just making sure for the record. So then, question for you, Scott. So you just pointed out the fact that it's against the law to even do this process, to ask this question. We have rural residents that are living on property that look and feel rural residential, and they have to go through a heck of a learning curve to understand what you even just referred to and threatened us with. It takes them weeks to understand the system that we have in place. Is that a fair system that provides support for that property owner?
So I think there was some improper terminology in your question. Amending a government's comprehensive plan is an official act by the local government. It's not exploring a concept, it's changing the local law. And that's what this proposal is. So if the Board of Commissioners is going to vote to approve this to become the law in Deschutes County, that it's not exploring a topic. It is changing the law, and that is what would kick-in requirements for it to be appealed to LUBA and for any government official violating the law under criminal liability. In terms of existing property owners and their understanding of the rights that they can pursue on their property, realtors have the obligation to disclose information upon the sale of the property that can include zoning. And I will note that it is the county that identified what lands are zoned farm and forest. And in 2015, there was a review of that, and there was a determination that there was no error in zoning. So this is, it's just a matter of the fact that this is the state law. These soils are classified as agricultural land. Adopting findings that just address commercial forestry ability on any given one tax lot is not sufficient to demonstrate compliance with Goal 4, especially in consideration of the other forested lands.
So being a representative of Thousand Friends of Oregon and the history of the statewide land use system started in 1973, do you feel like you're an opponent to any opportunities for the citizens that on the ground that are trying to utilize their privately owned land?
So we analyze any land use application or permit decision based on the facts of the application. As Zachariah has noted in staff reports, there are a number of existing pathways to pursue development on these properties, including the conditional use permit program. And really that is the opportunity to evaluate, or in addition to also the rezoning procedures that the county has within its own local code. Those are the opportunities to answer the questions as to whether or not the soils qualify the property as agricultural lands or does not. As Carol noted, it's a strict test, and the county doesn't have the discretion to change that state law.
I have a question. Per your letter, you said your supporters come from across Oregon, from every county in the state. What part of your funding comes from out of the state of Oregon?
I don't have those statistics, but the makeup of our funding comes from a host of individuals and foundations. And I will note that we have supporters in the Redmond, Bend, and Sisters area.
What about Lapine?
I don't think that I don't think it was distinguished.
Okay.
So is it your position that a group of people in a place that's not geographically coherent, not living in that place, has the authority to make those land use laws and hold them down hard for 20, 40 years at a time? I mean, that's where we're at these days, is you're like a robot up there telling us how the law is. There's no humanity in this, representing the citizens in the rural area. Sorry, I mean, just a little emotional about this, and it's amazing how you're coming off here.
Well, this is the third round of public hearings, and we've submitted numerous comments about the proposal, and it's just frankly inconsistent with state law. And so it's disappointing to see the county using its resources for over 2 years pursuing this project after it's been identified as illegal under state law. It uses our resources, and I just frankly think the proposal should have been more narrowly tailored and looked at the hard facts and a more robust process in terms of the soils and analyzing the law as it applies to the properties.
Could you get back to could you provide a bridge for a conversation to the organization for the land use needs of Deschutes County, asking for the state legislature to provide us with some opportunities, or would you be opposed to that as an organization?
I'd be more than happy to talk with the county about any legislative concepts going forward.
Thank you.
Commissioner Henderson, did you have any comment?
Well, I have a couple. Mr. Hogenberg, so were you threatening the county with a criminal, you're going to pursue a criminal action against us on this?
No, there was no threat. I just wanted to make sure that the record reflected
We've been advised by you about it. You wanted us to know you'd advise us of our criminal breach here?
No, I have not identified a criminal breach. No action has been taken. I just wanted to utilize our this public hearing to identify that ORS Chapter 162 would apply to a future decision that any government official would engage in. So I encourage you to consult your attorney on that. Who is on the phone?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you for joining us.
Yes, thank you for your comments. Do we have someone else? Tyler Neese, you are now up. I hope you're available.
Yes, hello everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you, Tyler.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. Again, my name is Tyler Neese, and I'm the Government Affairs Director with the Central Oregon Association of Realtors. On behalf of our organization, thank you for the opportunity to comment on the county's proposed non-prime resource land amendments that you're reviewing today. You've heard from us throughout this process, and we submitted a letter in January as well, which I believe has been included in the record. We believe that Deschutes County staff have thoroughly studied the identified areas and demonstrated a soil classification that is not optimal for agricultural use, as well as other analysis. We support the county's proposal to redesignate these 6 specific areas committed to residential uses that were platted or conveyed prior to state enabling planning legislation taking effect in the county. We also recognize that this program has gone through various iterations and its current form represents a more limited and focused approach. As you know, Deschutes County has consistently been the fastest growing county in Oregon, far outpacing the U.S. average. Population estimates indicate that this pattern of rapid growth is not likely to slow in the near future. And with significant growth comes challenges, not the least of which is housing. The housing supply statewide is severely lacking, and Deschutes County is no exception. 6 months is generally considered a healthy supply of housing, and prior to the pandemic, the housing supply for all residential types within the county was consistently about 4 months. In the more affordable segments in the market, the picture was even more bleak in the $259,000 to $398,000 range, for example. Roughly 2.5 months of inventory was available. The pandemic has only made the inventory situation worse. In the month of May, active listings were down 18% in the county when compared to the same period in 2019. New listings were down by 39% year over year in that same period. But the demand remains and is actually building. So with limited supply and increasing demand, affordability will continue to be a challenge. In this environment of significant housing needs, we believe it is wise to reevaluate agricultural and forest lands that are not viable for their designated purpose to determine if they represent opportunities for other uses. To be clear, we're not advocating to undo protections for farm and forest land with a blanket policy. Farms are a cornerstone of our communities and play a really critical part in both our economy and ecosystems. We believe that the amendments before the board provide a good foundation, one we hope the commission will build on in the future with Proposal 2 in establishing a process through which property owners can pursue redesignation of lands that are in fact not viable for agricultural use or for forest use as intended. I appreciate your time and consideration, and thank you for your service to Deschutes County, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you so much for joining us, and I will look back at your letter that you sent in January again to read that over. Yes, we are rather unique on this side of the mountain, and it seems like we always have a battle on our hands in order to actually address our housing issues. And you're right, they're not going to go away. In fact, it seems like it's going to continue to be major demand of our county is providing housing and affordable housing to those that want to live here. Commissioner DeBone, did you have any comments?
Thank you very much for the testimony. No comments.
Commissioner Henderson, are you good?
Yeah, well, Tyler, I wanted to ask about a couple things you said because I think you're right on. You made the comment that you viewed, farming and natural resource use and protection as a keystone, or I think maybe you said foundation stone or something for our part of the state, maybe just for the county, but I think it's the whole part of the state. Don't you think that's pretty widely felt by most people in this area, Deschutes County?
Yeah, I think so. I certainly can't speak on behalf of of all citizens, but I think that there are lands that are viable and conducive for farm use, and I think that use, as was mentioned earlier, I think there's some folks even in these designated areas that are using their properties to that extent, maybe in more of a hobby capacity. But I think it's not a question of the value of farming; it's just the question of the viability of farming and whether that's actually possible.
Because I agree with you, and I think that's the whole point of what we're doing here. Is we're not asking to change that kind of land, farmland or forest land that's really usable for those things. We're trying to change something that is clearly dedicated over 50 years or more as housing developments or neighborhoods, and we're just trying to clarify that. And I was surprised with Mr. Hilgenberg thinking we were offending the sensibilities or something of Deschutes County residents by pursuing this, because I think it's very consistent with how lots of people in our county feel that we should zone it correctly. And you do think there'd be the capacity for that this would help with some of our housing issues within the area by having areas like this correctly designated or correctly zoned, so it makes it easier. That's part of your testimony essentially, right?
Yeah, that's correct. I think obviously this phase one is very focused on those 6 specific areas. So, your opportunity for housing will obviously be limited there. But I think we've especially been supportive of kind of the broader plan that the county was initially exploring and has now, identified as kind of phase 2 of the process, and saying, hey, we're significantly undersupplied when it comes to housing, and affordability remains a challenge. Demand is rising. We've seen that, especially in the wake of the pandemic, with I think a lot of interest coming from larger urban centers. A lot of markets that were already coming to Central Oregon. It's really only increasing. And so, the law of supply and demand only dictates that those prices are going to go up, I think. And if we have lands that have potential for other uses, like residential uses, I think that's something that should be explored, and at least a mechanism available where it can be evaluated, whether, even if it's on a case-by-case basis.
And when you're speaking this way, you are also representing an organization with a lot of professionals in it, correct? I mean, you're consistent. You're voicing an opinion consistent with what the organization feels, I assume.
Yeah. This is an issue that's been, our organization's been tracking and as you know, weighing in on for some time. Yeah, we represent about 1,800 Deschutes County residents and members of the business community within Deschutes County.
I was offended by the comments that we were somehow out of step with what the county might want in terms of our efforts in this and trying to be reasonable. And I think, if anything, we've even having a second hearing is to make sure we've fully vetted this and we've considered all the aspects, so we're not doing things unnecessarily or that people don't want. So, okay, thank you.
Thank you, Tyler,
Thank you.
for joining us today. We appreciate
Thank
it, and sending in your letters. Thank you. Stephanie, do we have someone else on the Zoom? No one else has raised their hand. Okay, do we have any phone calls today that we might call on? Okay.
Great.
All right. Jay Goddard, would you care to join us, please?
I think I'm here.
Yes, you are. We hear you now.
I got video too. Okay, good afternoon, commissioners, and thank you for the opportunity to address you on this issue. My name is Jack Goddard. I reside at 69710 Lake Drive, Sisters, Oregon. You've heard from me in my position several times in the past. My involvement started about 16 months ago. But during the last 5 to 6 months of this COVID pandemic, I believe we all have taken the time to reflect on our priorities. Today, I ask you, is this non-prime resource effort truly a priority of Deschutes County? I know it's not to me, and I know it's not to the majority of those who participated in this process during the last 16 months that I've been involved. In the summary of the staff report, it states that property owners must go through a lengthy and expensive process in order to exercise their property rights because of inappropriate zoning designations. From my observation, the impacted owners seeking relief from this hardship has been limited to a few, and Mr. Steelhammer today and a Mr. Tucker today is maybe an additional couple to the process. As I and others have stated before, If the Board of County Commissioners is truly seeking ways to mitigate hardships to these impacted community owners or property owners within these communities, you have all the tools at hand to have done this years ago. I realize you've been battling this front for several years and you feel vested in this effort. But we are now throwing good effort after bad. It's time to withdraw the troops. Let's take this effort and resources and focus on updating and creating a state-of-the-art comprehensive plan. This is a priority of Deschutes County today and for years to come. Thank you.
Thank you very much for joining us today.
So, Mr. Goddard, I think we do have a history, and I'm not going to know all the terms offhand, but we've got a lot of history of starting the process of asking for clarity on these 6 committed zones. My understanding is, you know, back in the day when the first zoning was put in place after Senate Bill 100, these were probably catch-all areas where we got to 80 or 90% of all the lands and the urban growth boundary areas, and all the work was done, and at some point it just needed to be done, so this was the catch-all. Well, let's just you know, at a higher level, just call that forest and call these farmlands. So on one hand, we're getting back to problem solving that was just unfinished business back in the day, because it was already parcelized. These are small parcel properties. So you're saying that we could have fixed this years ago. I think we've gone down those paths many times, and we've been stopped each time. So I don't know that there's a question there. Sorry, it's just communication with you.
No, the fix I see is you have staff resources and you can adjust the fees on this. What I've been hearing is people have to come in and go through a lengthy process and pay exorbitant fees to get a conditional use permit. Well, you've been aware of this, and you have the ability to change that. You have the ability to put staff in there. You have willing to inform all these people of what this process is. But that isn't, in my mind, what this effort's all about. In my mind, this effort's all about phase 2. And I think we need to be upfront about that.
Well, we end up in a conditional use.
I help these guys get rid of the fees, change the process, take some of Zach's time and put it towards educating these people of what they have to do. But
so you're offering to help pay for these people that live in those areas as a taxpayer in Deschutes County, and to get them through this process?
Absolutely.
And then also put an appeal process in place that could be very expensive when it gets very complicated and goes to multiple levels of appeals, which would be legal counsel, community development staff, and all the taxpayers would start fitting that bill as we go down that path. Because there's no guarantee of approval.
Guaranteed approval, and when people bought these properties, I think a majority of them knew what it was, and then the pricing of these properties reflected that.
Yeah, so I mean, there's history and why it's like that. I'm just pointing out the logic there. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you for joining us. I'm glad you were able to join us with Zoom.
Yes.
Stephanie, do we see anyone else? No raised hands? Okay. And there are no phone calls? Okay. Do we want to check on those?
Might want to ask each one if you're...
Yes, could you please?
If you can turn them on.
0744.
So that would be you.
Do you care to, can you unmute them so we can get? Okay, 0744, do you care to provide testimony today for non-resource hearing? Zero 0744, okay. So who's our next one? 5117. You've been unmuted. Would you care to provide testimony today, please?
Did you say 5117?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, this is Terry Cunningham.
Well, hello, Terry.
I'm the treasurer of the Hainer Park Homeowners Association.
Oh, yes.
And I want to thank everyone for the opportunity to just give my view here, but I'll make this short. I am for the amendment, and I just feel that these zoning regulations are not appropriate and are just not fair. And I would ask the people from I believe it was 1,000 Lands,
Friends.
have any of them gone and visited any of the 6 properties that are included in this to see just exactly what we have and how these how we don't fit into this little box that they put us into. And that's all I'd like to say is I'm in favor of the motion, and I just think the current regulations are just not appropriate. Thank you very much for the time you've given me.
No, thank you so much, Terry, for joining us today. We appreciate that. There must be another number or two? 6354, you've been unmuted. Would you care to join us with testimony? Please provide your name and your address. 6354? You are available now for testimony for non-prime resource lands public hearing? Okay. Okay. 3603. Could you please, you've been unmuted. Would you care to provide testimony for our non-prime resource lands public hearing? That's number.
I'm not able to right now, but I did send an email through to Zechariah if he would like to read that.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your time. Thank you.
No, thank you. Okay, so we've gone through all of our public testimony today, presume phone line and in person. Zechariah? Are you there?
I am, thanks. All right, so yeah, thanks to the public and for providing comments. We received a lot of good testimony and thoughts for the Board of County Commissioners to consider. I will, if I can, take a moment to respond to a few of the questions or statements raised. Is that okay, Chair Adair?
That would be excellent. Thank you so much.
Yeah, so I first want to recognize that Commissioner DeBone's comments and questions to the public, I feel like are well stated, and what we've been communicating with the public and hearing from the public for many years. The opposition to the amendments from Central Oregon Land Watch, Thousand Friends, and others, they mentioned that it really just comes down to the soils of these 6 areas, and that's something that we have recognized, but also understand the impracticality of hiring a soils scientist to go to each property and do a soil study when soil scientists can charge anywhere from $5,000 to $10,000 per lot. So it's just not practical, which is why we reached out to Oregon State University's Extension Office, again, Mylan Boyle, to their agronomists with over 30 years of experience in Central Oregon to walk these properties, get an understanding of the lay of the land, and then submit a comment testimony to the record. And to quote his statement, he says, "It is very improbable for any of these properties to engage in a commercial agricultural use on these properties." We also use at Keith.
Zechariah, you said it's very improbable, correct?
Correct.
Okay, I just want to make sure that's in the record. Very improbable from someone who, I believe, doesn't he work out of Prineville or something? He knows our community. He knows the kind of soils we're dealing with. So thank you. I just want to repeat that.
Yep, exactly. He has over 30 years of experience in Central Oregon. The Ed Keith County Forester also provided a lot-specific analysis of the viability of forest activities for the other 4 properties, and again recognize that it's not likely a lot of cost associated with conducting a forestry activity, and any reasonable property owner wouldn't engage in such an activity. We've coordinated with the staff from Department of Land Conservation and Development over the years, have understood that this is really one of our last remaining option to pursue, is amending our comprehensive plan to pursue a non-prime, or to create a non-prime resource land program. From our understanding, and we'll look to county legal counsel in terms of the specifics of this, but our understanding in coordination with DLCD is that we cannot pursue a goal exception for these 6 specific properties because of the history of conditional use permits that have already been approved in these areas. So it's an unfortunate situation, and for lack of a better phrase, sort of, what came first, the chicken or the egg? And how do we acknowledge the lay of the land on these properties, and respond to the comments and concerns that we hear from the property owners? Todd Cleveland, our environmental health supervisor from the county, his latest letter states, and I quote, "Most, if not all lots will be able to be approved for on-site wastewater treatment systems." So that is in response to the Thousand Friends testimony that perhaps some of these lots may not be approved. And one thing I want to note on this level is that regardless of whether the non-prime resource lands amendments are approved or not, a property owner has to go through an on-site analysis before they have their approval. And here Todd Cleveland is, who is very familiar with these properties, had said he doesn't expect any issues here. Again, most, if not all lots will be able to be approved.
Well, Zechariah, that is a disconnected step, as in any parcel that may have been compromised for a septic system could be precluded from development. That's the case anywhere in the rural county. So, I mean, I just think of that as a separated step from the zoning and the comprehensive plan designations.
Absolutely. Yeah, thanks for that clarification. Just a couple other quick points I want to mention. As I've stated in staff's submittals before, we have received numerous conditional use permits for these areas, and from my knowledge, all of them are approved. That said, it costs upward of $10,000, if not more, for a property owner to simply ask the question, can I build on my parcel, on my private property? And more if there is a soil study or legal assistance in their application. So property owners here have to go through this process simply for process sake.
Zachariah, this is Phil.
Mm-hmm.
So I thought it was the last citizen that testified talked about, well, why don't you should just give up the fees but I'm assuming the fee is set at $10,000 or whatever, because that's the extent of time it takes for one of these applications to be processed and all that. And so isn't that just changing from, we're not going to change the zoning, but we're going to pay for anybody that wants to get a conditional use permit? That's what it sounded like to me, which, isn't that what you heard him say?
Yes, Commissioner Anderson, that is essentially what I've heard as well. And Jack Goddard's testimony has been shared by Thousand Friends and others as well, that you can just do a fee waiver or what have you. But the fact remains that the application still needs to be made. Staff still needs to review the application and issue a finding, which can still be appealed, etc.
What I wondered was, why do they care so much about keeping it forest and farm when it isn't? Why do they care about keeping that zoning more than they care about paying to have it for everybody's conditional use permit? Because we could get rid of that, and I didn't ask that, and unfortunately with the way these are set up, we can't really go backwards. But I've never heard. Is there any testimony in the record on that, about why they would choose that over just rezoning it and then not having the fees?
Yeah, good question. And from the top of my head, I can't recall any specific, I won't be able to quote any specific testimony, But I think the general idea is that there's concern that this project will undermine the entire statewide planning program.
Yeah. I'm not asking you to do that, so. Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
And last two comments I have, I will share one of the individuals I talked to didn't want to provide any formal testimony because of the nature of his comments. And what he described is, there's in his neighborhood, a lot of neighbors build residences anyway, without going through the building permit process, without going through a conditional use permit process. So we have residences, we have people living in areas or in these structures that are not permitted and not necessarily deemed safe by our building codes division because they don't have the funds, they don't have the means to go through this process, this conditional use permit process. So they do it anyway. This is one of the amendments, or one of the reasons for the amendments I understand is to address that situation, is to recognize that we want people to be safe and follow the rules as best we can. And the last thing I'll mention is disputing Mr. Goddard's statement that, in his opinion, a majority of testimony has been against the proposal. I don't have the exact numbers. It would take me a while to tally everything up, but being the case planner on this application and hearing from phone calls, emails, what have you, from the public, again, not all of them formal comments, the majority of property owners in these 6 specific legacy residential areas are in favor of these amendments. And many of them have expressed why there would be any opposition to these amendments. So with that, that's the responses I have. I'm not sure if Peter or Nick or County Council have anything they want to add as well.
Nick, did you have anything you wanted to add? No? Peter, did you have anything you needed to add today?
Good afternoon, Commissioners and Chair Adair. I don't have anything else to add. I think Zechariah has summarized the testimony and the staff response. I guess certainly staff is aware of Thousand Friends of Oregon and Central Oregon Land Watch central arguments concerning soils. We believe that the expert testimony that Zechariah summarized is persuasive in showing and documenting that these lands in these 6 areas are not representative of farm and forest lands. I would note that as of today, Deschutes County is the only one that's offered expert testimony. We, as Zechariah noted, we have Ed Keith, our county forester. He's the only forester who's testified on the record. We have the agronomist from Oregon State Extension who works in Central Oregon, testifying on those lands that are zoned exclusive farm use. And then certainly we have Todd Cleveland, our environmental soil specialist, who spoke to the public facility issues. So we've diligently tried to address those issues that were raised by not only those 2 organizations, but members of the public. They are experts in their field, and we believe that a reasonable person should take note of that testimony and use it for the basis of a decision. We are well aware that the lands are recognized on NRCS and in forestry soils that these lands on the face of it are farm and forest. But again, when you look at the external factors that Zechariah has made note of, you look at the expert testimony and the process that's afforded by the state of Oregon for non-resource lands, that this is a reasonable path forward that only applies to these 6 areas. It's a policy approach that, if successful, would give the county the ability to redesignate them for their current use, which is for entirely rural residential and ancillary uses. So The process has been robust. Obviously, the board's had several hearings and has welcomed public comment, and that's a testament to the Board of County Commissioners' commitment to community involvement. So those are my thoughts and kind of validations of the efforts that staff's been undertaking with the board's direction now for several months.
It is amazing when you think we have put so much energy into 900 acres. It's only 900 acres in our gigantic county. So, yes, but a very, it's a very interesting reaction by a few groups, and then the people that actually live there in those communities. So I was seeing it because the one in Sisters, I was seeing things on Nextdoor comments. People were wondering what was going to happen with this, and was it a good situation or not? So, yes, people are still talking about it. Thank you, Peter. Okay, Zachariah, at this point in time, so we can make a couple choices. Is that correct?
Yes. I just want to pause here real quick. I see that Mr. Donald Greener has joined us on Zoom.
He
Yes.
may have been there. That's a city councilor from Lapine, so he may be
Yes, he may
just
be.
following the topic.
Okay. All right. So next steps. So at the conclusion of our hearing today, the board can decide to continue the hearing to a date certain, close the hearing and leave the written record open to a date certain, or close the hearing and commence deliberations or schedule deliberations to a later date. So again, staff is here to answer any of those questions or look at our schedule to see what might work out for future dates for the board to discuss this topic.
So, Commissioner Henderson, did you have a preference?
Well, I don't know if we'd get any more written information or not. It seems like we've had this over for a while. My preference would be to deliberate, not deliberate today. I think it's important that we have a good record, given it's apparent that we're going to be appealed whatever we do. It seems like so, or maybe not whatever we do, but if we
Or have criminal charges.
Don't forget those.
charges, we have to review our criminal liability.
Well, but we can't go to prison because we get COVID, right?
Well, it depends on how much they don't
Or
like.
maybe they want us to get COVID, so.
But so it seems like we should kind of reorganize, and we got a lot of documents in this book. We may want to be able to reference some of those in our delivery.
We have 2 binders now, and yes, so.
It seems like we should have enough time to do that and maybe talk to legal about, the criminal liability was really, and I think that's the first time since I've been here that somebody that didn't like what a position threatened that, but maybe not. It's interesting that somebody from a state organization does that, but anyway.
So
A 501c3, right?
I come to the same conclusion, maybe getting the record closed, getting it all stabilized, and then coming back for deliberations. Looks like Nick may have something over here.
Nick, yes, would you join
Thank
us,
you,
please?
Chair. Nick Lelak, Deschutes County Community Development Director, for the record. This morning, there was another gentleman here who sent, and I think his name was John Condon, who sent Whitney an email and just stated that he was here for the hearing to begin at 11:20, and then he had to leave for another purpose. So he was hoping to have the opportunity to comment. So perhaps there could just be a brief window for a written record in case he wishes to share any perspectives with the board, and we can then communicate with him, just so that.
So if we could leave it open for 7 more days, written record, that'd be okay, and then we could deliberate after, and then that would give us time to go through our 40 pounds of different documents, and then come back in 2 or 3 weeks?
And this is a legislative matter, so it can just be a kind of a one-way street. We just put it in the record. We don't need to leave a record open for rebuttals or anything.
Okay, so Zachariah, could you make note of that, to leave written record open for a week, 7 days, and then bring us back for deliberations in maybe 2 weeks after that, if the schedule would allow that?
Absolutely. Sounds good. So we will close the oral record today and leave the written record open for 7 days. So that'll be 5 p.m. on July 20th, Monday, July 20th. And comments.
Is that 7 days? It would be next Wednesday.
Oh, sorry. Yes,
7 days.
My date wrong.
Yes, 7 days, not business days, 7 days.
Yeah, July 22nd.
Yes.
Next Wednesday at 5 p.m. And comments can be submitted to my email address, or of course the county commissioners as well. They can just forward comments to me. My email address is zechh@deschutes.org, and it's also available on our project-specific website, www.deschutes.org/NPR.
Great, thank you so much. So, as Zachariah just stated, our oral arguments are closed. We will keep the written record open until 5 p.m. on July 22nd. You must submit it. Don't wait till 5 p.m. to submit, because a lot of times it doesn't get there. So that's when we will get the last written record information sent to us. So thank you so much, and then we'll come back when you've located a date for us 2 weeks after that, when it fits our schedule. So thank you very much, Zachariah.
Yeah, sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so at this moment in time, since we are behind, let's take 30 minutes for lunch, and then we will come back at 2:20 and resume our afternoon hearing for our public hearing regarding housekeeping amendments with Zachariah again. So thank you very much, Zachariah. 30 minutes for lunch.
Okay.
Okay, all right. So Stephanie, did you say yes, we're ready? Okay. So we need to reconvene our afternoon meeting after our lunch recess. We now have our public hearing for housekeeping amendments. Zachariah?
Hello again, Commissioners. For the record, Zechariah Heck, Associate Planner with the Community Development Department. And today, this agenda item, we'll go over the housekeeping amendments. And Chair Adair, we have another process, legislative hearing process script to go through. Do you have that available to read through?
You mean the one I had before? I'm using the same one, correct?
There's another one.
Is there another one? It's underneath, it's on the bottom. I found it, thank you.
Yeah, and then for the rest of the commission, I also printed off a copy of a very short PowerPoint that I will be going through. So looks like Commissioner DeBone has it, and Commissioner Henderson, did you get an emailed copy?
Email copy to what?
Of the PowerPoint for housekeeping amendments.
Oh, I've got the main submittal. I'll look. I didn't look at it if I got one.
Okay.
Got it today or?
Yeah, this morning via email. I think Sharon Keith had, hopefully somebody email it to you. It's a super brief PowerPoint as well.
I can follow it online if you, are you gonna?
Yeah, I'll share the screen as well.
Okay, that's fine, yeah.
Okay.
I'll find it here though.
Great.
Yeah.
All right, so Chair Adair, can I begin reading the
Yes, you may.
opening process? All right.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. This is the time and place set for hearing on file 247-20, 341-PA, and 342-TA concerning amendments to the Deschutes County Code and Comprehensive Plan to clarify existing standards and procedural requirements, incorporate changes to state law, and correct scrivener's errors, otherwise known as housekeeping amendments. The Board of County Commissioners will hear oral testimony, receive written testimony, and consider the testimony submitted at this hearing. Due to COVID-19, the hearing will be conducted remotely via Zoom as well as in person. The board and staff will be panelists, and the public will be attendees and have their microphones muted until raised to panelist status by the chair. The process will be as follows. Staff, which is in this case the applicant for the legislative amendments, will give a brief report. For the public participating by video, staff will announce the name of the person to be elevated to panelist and unmuted to provide their testimony. They will then be returned to attendee status with microphone muted. For the public members participating by telephone, staff will announce the last four numbers of the phone number and ask if the person wishes to provide testimony. The person will be elevated to panelist and unmuted and respond yes or no if they wish to provide testimony. If no, they will be returned to attendee. If yes, the person provides testimony and then will be returned to attendee status. The hearing is being recorded. The board may make a decision on this matter today, continue the public hearing to a date certain, or leave the written record open for a specified period of time. Questions to and from the chair may be entertained at any time at the chair's discretion by using the raise your hand feature in Zoom. Cross-examination of people testifying will not be allowed. However, if any person wishes to ask a question of another person during that person's testimony, please use the raise your hand feature in Zoom. The chair is free to decide whether or not to ask such questions of the person testifying. Prior to the commencement of the hearing, any party may challenge the qualifications of any commissioner for a conflict of interest by using the raise your hand feature in Zoom. This challenge must be documented with specific reasons supported by facts. Should any commissioner be challenged, the member may disqualify himself or herself, withdraw from the hearing, or make a statement on the record of their capacity to hear and decide on this issue. At this time, do any members of the board need to set forth any information that may be perceived as a conflict of interest?
Does any commissioner have anything to disclose? And if so, please state the nature of same and whether you can proceed.
I have
I have-
none.
Oh.
Sorry.
And Commissioner Anderson, you said you have none?
I have none.
And I have none. Okay.
All right. Does any party wish to challenge any commissioner based on conflicts of interest? And again, please use the raise your hand feature in Zoom.
Are there any raised hands, Stephanie? No. Okay. All right. As no challenges are being presented prior to opening the hearing, does anyone have any procedural objections to the public hearing? Seeing none, the public hearing is now open. Staff will proceed with a brief staff report.
Thank you, Chair Adair. And once again, please bear with me as I pull up my screen here. Again, I have a quick PowerPoint to share with you all. All right. So again, this is a public hearing on housekeeping amendments. Oops, we read through that hearing procedure. Get to a background here. All right. All right, so housekeeping amendments. The purpose is to correct errors, whether Scrivener's or cross-reference amendments, reflect updates to state law as the legislature convenes, they amend statutes or any departments amending administrative rules. We want to keep our county code consistent with OERs and Oregon revised statutes. So some of the amendments reflect those updates. The impact is to have a clearer, more concise code that reflects modern practices and, again, current state statutes and administrative rules. The last update that we had for housekeeping amendments was adopted in August of 2018. So almost 2 years have passed since then. So quite a few amendments have been identified in that time frame and are provided as exhibits in the ordinance package. I will note that the Community Development Department it's our staff as well as our work with individuals we work with frequently and general members of the public to identify these Scrivener's errors or what have you. we track the state updates to statutes and rules, and we also work with our other county departments in this round, namely the clerk's office and the road department, to identify modern practices as well. So it is a collaborative effort. The screen I'm sharing right now, or the slide, provides an overview of all of the proposed amendments. They impact, I believe, 26 sections of our county code. Title IX, Public Peace and Welfare, our building code, and then, the titles within our county code that CDD oversees and implements, including Title 23, our county comprehensive plan. A summary of all the amendments is provided in your meeting packet in the memo. And attached to that memo is the full ordinance, which has a track changes, underline and strike through copy of all of the proposed amendments. I can go through each amendment, but for the sake of time, I'll only do that if interested by the board. Here to answer any questions, and I'll share that. The last thing I'll share is that the Planning Commission reviewed these amendments several weeks ago. They had several good questions or things they wanted to understand, pertaining, just simply pertaining to some of the potential impact here. Staff assured them that we're recognizing what the modern practices are, or what the latest state rules allow for. None of these are necessarily policy decisions. They are strictly housekeeping, again, to align our code with state rule and reflect modern practices, and of course make sure that our code makes sense, is grammatically correct and accurate. So with that, I will pause and answer any questions that the county commissioners might have.
Zachariah, is this pretty standard that we correct these, every 2 years? Does it depend on the quantity of corrections needed?
Yes, precisely, Chair Adair. I think we usually shoot for every year, but this round took about 2 years, and so it has more amendments within this package. But indeed, it is a standard procedure. Our code is a living document that we need to upkeep frequently.
Okay. Commissioner Henderson, did you have any comments?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, sorry, my screen's frozen here, so all I see is this thing that says housekeeping amendments. I can't. Anyway, no, I didn't have any comments. I reviewed the materials, so I'm fine.
Okay. All right. So, Zachariah, then we have opened the public. Did you have any comments?
No comments.
Okay, so we have opened public comments. Stephanie, are there any public comments? There are none. Okay. So seeing no Zoom, no one's in the room to comment, and no phone calls. Zachariah, back to you.
Okay, thank you. On my end, I do see one phone call listener in the attendee panel ending in 9597. Perhaps we should beam them in to the panelists to see if they have an interest in providing testimony.
Thank you. 9597?
Hi, no comments needed. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much.
Commissioner, I'm going to go off. I'm going to have to reboot here because my screen's frozen, so I can't see anything other than the one thing, so I don't know.
Well, it is in presentation mode. Maybe it's...
Did that help?
Oh, all I see is the first page of his PowerPoint, but
Okay, well,
but I'm frozen too, so.
That's fine.
I'm just gonna reboot and see if I can get it back. So I'll be gone a minute.
Okay, all right. Thanks for that update.
So, Chair,
You can go on. I'm until I get a vote, I guess, but.
Yes.
Good. Thanks.
Go ahead, Zachariah.
yeah, thank you, Chair Dare. I was just going to mention that, so just to be clear, I don't think I specified this earlier, that the Planning Commission did unanimously approve these amendments. So that step in the process has been completed. There were no public testimony provided at the Planning Commission hearing. It does not appear there is any testimony at today's hearing. I have not received any questions or comments on these proposed amendments. We did provide notice in the newspaper and provide that standard notice per our procedures ordinance. So at this point, the options before the board are to continue the hearing to a date certain, close the hearing and leave the written record open, or close the hearing and commence deliberations either today or at a subsequent meeting. Seeing that there's been no testimony, it's staff's recommendation that the board consider closing the hearing and begin deliberations and perhaps first reading if decided by the board.
Okay, all right. That does seem to be the logical, good use of our time to actually, at this time, close the hearing, as we've had no comments.
I support that, yep.
And beginning our deliberations, and hopefully Commissioner Henderson is going to be rebooted back up with a working Zoom system, so.
Well, so just, can you hear me now?
Of course.
Okay, and can you see me?
No.
Okay. Yeah, I can't, for some reason, I can't even turn my computer off, so I don't know what this, I can't.
You've been hacked.
Thought you left and came back.
Hacked, I guess, by, this is the, my county laptop, so I don't know what.
Oh, Lord, okay. All right, so then probably we shouldn't have deliberations today.
No, I can hear you fine. If
You
you can
can.
hear me, deliberate and we can vote. I just can't do anything else. So.
Okay, all right. So don't get off then. I guess you aren't meant to get off today, and just, we know you're there because we can hear your voice.
Well, I'll acknowledge these are truly housekeeping amendments. The summary of amendments table that was provided to us sure gives a good feel for what this package looks like. So even if somebody's following it right now and really wanted to learn, it's in our agenda memo, and it's about a little bit more than 2 pages of amendments, but very much housekeeping. So that's probably the only deliberations I'm going to provide today.
Okay. And Commissioner Henderson, did you want to comment?
Now he is gone.
Now he's been totally hacked. All right. Okay. Now, technology at its finest.
Well, we could go on to the next item for an update and then get back to this possibly.
Yes, we could. So, Zachariah, would you mind if we go ahead with the next item, and then we'll come back to this as soon as we can get.
Absolutely, it's totally
I
fine.
just don't see him. Where are you, Commissioner Henderson? Okay.
Now he is off. Good.
No, he did finally get off. Okay, all right. Well, maybe he's going to come back really fast. It doesn't take that long, does it?
No.
Could do John's item.
What?
John's item. Since you're just gonna reschedule it.
Right, okay. So yes, we'll wait till we see Commissioner Henderson, and we'll pick this back up. Zachariah, if you could just be on hold for a minute.
Sounds good.
Okay, so we'll go to the next item because we actually had mentioned that this morning at 10. John Laherty, would you like to join us?
John Laherty, Senior Assistant Counsel Today was the date set and noticed publicly for hearing on 2 petitions that were submitted to the county to annex areas of land into the West Lapine Livestock District. Unfortunately, due to an administrative snafu on legal's end, the matter did not get added to the agenda for today's hearing until yesterday. And I understand the board's position that in the interest of providing the public with the best opportunity to participate, the board's chosen course is to open the hearing at this time and then continue the hearing to August 5th at 10 a.m. And have legal renotice the continued hearing for August 5th at 10 a.m. In the Bend Bulletin and provide legal notice that way, just as we did for today's hearing.
That sounds like an excellent plan. Thank you so much. I do believe that continuing this to August 5th makes sense, just because I know it was put on our agenda not 24 hours in advance. So I really feel like this is a better way for us to proceed today, is that if we can properly bring it back on August 5th, and I am positive that it will be on our agenda that day. So I thank you, John, for coming. Do I need to say anything else?
Nope, I think that's it. I have my direction. I think you'll just formally open the hearing at this point and then continue it to August 5th at 10 a.m. And I think if you'll put that on the record, Commissioner, I think we'll be good.
Okay, all right. I know someone is taking our minutes, and I know that the continuing till August 5th will be so recorded in our minutes for today, and it will be duly noted on the calendar for August 5th. So we'll give you number 1 priority, hopefully on August 5th.
Okay.
At 2 in the afternoon.
No,
Real quick, so just a real quick explanation. So a livestock district, and think this is the concept of open range for your livestock or fenced and controlled areas, correct? I mean, that's the topic.
Correct. Yeah, in an open range area, livestock are legally permitted to run free. In an area designated as a livestock district, owners of livestock are required to maintain the livestock on their own property.
Yep. Good. So, I mean, because that's the topic. So thank you so much.
That's right. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, John. We'll see you later.
Yes, you will.
Okay, and I do see Commissioner Henderson. So Zachariah, we are now able to go back to you.
All right, sounds good. Commissioner Henderson, looks like you're able to see us and we can hear you.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, it did finally, whatever, it's a turn off, so I had to turn it back on, but I'm good, ready to or voting or whatever.
Okay, sounds good. Yeah, well, as I was explaining to the board, it's at the board's discretion right now to close the public hearing or commence deliberation. So I leave it to the board to decide how to proceed. And again, just to reiterate, here to answer any questions that you might have.
So as I say, I think the hearing was closed. I don't know if
Right.
the words were said, but I mean, that
Yes.
was, so a deliberation statement by myself already, just acknowledging this is truly housekeeping amendments, and I'm comfortable proceeding.
And Commissioner Henderson, did you want to add any comments to that?
No, I agree with Commissioner DeBonne on that, and I'm ready to proceed also to decision.
Okay. Then do we need a motion?
So then this would be an ordinance number. Here it is here. So
Okay.
I'll move first reading by title only of ordinance number 2020-007.
I'll second that.
Okay. Any further discussion? Commissioner DeBonne?
Yes.
Commissioner Henderson?
Yes.
And the chair votes yes. First reading by title only. And I know I saw that.
That's about the
What page is
third piece of paper. It's on the back side, so it's about
third, from the front or the back?
from the front.
Back at page 93.
Yeah.
93? Thank you. Oh, there it is. Yes. An ordinance amending Deschutes County Code, Title 9, Public Peace and Welfare, Title 15, Building and Construction, Title 17, Subdivisions, Title 18, Zoning Ordinance, Title 19, Ben Urban Area Zoning Ordinance, Title 22, Procedures Ordinance, and Title 23, Deschutes County Comprehensive Plan, to incorporate changes to state law and provide clarification of existing regulations, procedures, and policies. That is the first reading.
Excellent. Sounds good. Thank you, commissioners. I appreciate your time, and I will schedule a follow-up meeting with you all, I believe 2 weeks from today, if that'll work with everyone's schedule.
That should. Thank you so much, Zachariah. It's been a pleasure working with you today.
Yeah, it's been a long day, and I appreciate your time and your thoughts and input.
No, thank you very much. And yes, glad you're part of our county team. It's really appreciated.
Absolutely. Thank you for that.
Okay, so I believe we're now at other items. Commissioner Henderson, I believe you were going to bring up the Veterans Village.
Yeah, I'll talk about that, kind of bring you both up to speed, and I think Tom may already knows part of this, but with the passage of one of the, I can't remember the number, but I'm probably on my phone, in the special session of the legislation that allows the, we call it overriding of the zoning locals. What's that?
Supersiding.
Supersiding. Yeah, supersiding bill. That's right. Apparently, the Bend Heroes Foundation has met with the city of Bend and kind of got a go-ahead to do the project on the north end on our property there behind 911, and without requiring the things that we originally thought they might require, which was the extension of the sewer, water, and the road. And so that really changes the ability, and then all the permitting, changing of the zoning. So it allows it to move fairly quickly. I think they have to actually do it within 90 days if it's going to be done. At least what I was told is an application has to be received within 90 days of either the date it was passed or when it becomes effective or something, but we got a couple months. So they wanted to come and speak with us about, the Deschutes County's interest in the project. One, with regard to getting a lease, which is a key for them to be able to then raise money for their own organization. Then also wanting to talk to us about us being one of the partners in the annual operations of the facility. And I said I would bring it out. They were interested in actually coming and presenting all this. But given kind of the speed of it, it might be good for us to talk to see if we're interested in going that direction at all at this point, or kind of where we all fall, I guess was my thought. And hey, I'll tell you anything I know. I'm trying to find Sam Davis is the one that gave me the message from the Heroes Foundation, so I'm looking for that right now. Here it is. And their proposal was really a 1/3, for the funding of the capital, initial building and infrastructure, a 1/3, 1/3, 1/3 between the city, county, and Bend Heroes. And then also long-term operation, 1/3, 1/3, 1/3. And Eric would be available next week by video, by virtual. And then after August 5th, he's available in person, but wanted to know how to proceed with that. The one major factor is there would probably not be an appeal opportunity if it's a supersiding decision. So it wouldn't involve and there wouldn't be a zone change, so it wouldn't be all the hearings we might have been concerned with about before. but it also is quite a bit of savings financially, probably. So that's kind of what I know, and they'd like to talk to us all, but that's the gist of it.
One question, do we have this opportunity in parcels outside of cities? Do we know?
I don't believe so. Maybe Tom knows.
The bill that was passed only included RR10 outside of urban growth boundaries for the supersiding allowance.
Oh, really? Well, that's interesting.
I understand that was a request of Representative Helt that that particular zone be added. I'm not sure why. So it does not include any of the, say, EFU land that we own in abundance outside of cities.
So that may be something to look at. I mean, that really opened, I asking that question and getting that answer. That just opened it up more than I even thought. I didn't know what the status was. Also, my understanding there is a public process of some sort for this supersiding request. So my thought is at the parcel at the public safety campus to welcome input, propose mitigation measures, whatever that might be, and plan on possibly investing in that. I'm just thinking a step or two into it, which is going to cost money, and I'm referring to fences or traffic flow or whatever idea might come up. That I'd be willing.
Well, I think you're right. There's things we might want to do because it's in our neck of the woods, so to speak, and also to protect maybe the neighbors or whatever that wouldn't officially be required, but we might want to think about.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
And then the annual budget is also, what does it really take to operate? They said it would be similar to Clackamas, but
yeah, and then we got to be careful with the budget request. In Clackamas, my understanding, it was very much driven at the commission level. And not that anything's good or bad here, but this is a project being brought to us. And, oh, by the way, we want you to pay for it. So we just got to really get serious about what that means.
Yeah. Well, I agree with the idea of looking into that quickly and having a presentation from them about it. I personally want to go to Clackamas. I was going to go earlier, and then with the COVID, I haven't been out of the county, but I would like to go in the next few weeks to see how well that, just to get a feel for everything so we could visualize it happening here. I think it's a great idea, the concept. And I just, when I first got elected, saw the kind of the small village approach over in Eugene. It weren't for veterans, but there were two of them that I went and toured that first AOC conference I went to. And I think it's a great idea, and I'd be supportive of it. I hadn't really thought about, I didn't know that our 10 was in there, and I don't know whether, we may not have parcels, but there might be somebody that does have parcels that might actually be easier to do than our parcel, but I don't know that. We should find that out. It'd be interesting to look at a map and see what our 10 there is around, or I don't know if we have any.
Could we ask Christy to pull that up if we have an R10? Wouldn't that be something relatively, press a couple of buttons and find out?
We do. Most of the R10 parcels that we own are in South County and may not be buildable because of the high water table. Any other buildable RR10 parcels we would typically just put on the auction list each year. We wouldn't hold on to those or donate them to Habitat. We've done that several times, but I don't know, Christy may be on, but I'm not aware of any buildable RR10 parcels that we own that would fall into this. And like I said, we could certainly follow up with Representative Helt to see if she had something else in mind as to why she specifically asked that particular zone, rural zone, be included in the bill.
Yeah, I was at several meetings with her, and it was never brought up as a possibility.
There's Christy now. Christy? Do we have any RR10s?
That would take a little bit of research. Like Tom said, I think those generally go in auction, but we'd be happy to take a look and I can report back to you.
Okay.
Well, I'd specifically be interested. I think they want to do something, either in Bend or as close to Bend as they can get. Part of it's like public transportation, but all the resources they want to be. But one of the things they liked about this site is it's just a short walk bus route. So there's that part of the connection. There's our stabilization centers there. And there's a lot of things there that really made this work well. So we wouldn't want to do just any RR10. It'd have to be something that I think had some of those similar attributes. But okay,
we always have the NIMBY factor too to consider with that.
Well, see, I don't think, yeah. So I think this super siding bill, that was the whole victory, so to speak, is it really is a fast track law that I don't even know if there's a public hearing involved or for this, because it doesn't involve rezoning anything. So I don't know that you have to have a hearing. So we'd have to research that with CDD. And so,
But we already know we have neighbors that aren't thrilled with adding more, oh gosh.
more, yeah, they're not excited about the project, but they might be if they knew more about it and they realized it wasn't like the shelter, the warming shelter or the jail. I mean, this really is a different population, but I think the difference is that with this super siding, then there's no hearing about this. You can do this project. So everything else being equal, I'd be in favor of this project, but I really like to see if we could set up some kind of a nonprofit or something that would do the operating costs, because I don't.
So it's the paperwork provided from March proposal is $300,000 a year operating costs, so $100,000 is a third, and then about $700,000 in capital to get it rolling. So they are asking for a third in both of those, plus $1 a year lease for 10 years. So then it's a concept of, would this be a long-term home or a period of time for that location? 10 years, or would it be less or more? Do we have public safety?
10 years, if we didn't have a other plan for that particular parcel, 10 years goes pretty quickly, and that would be enough for them to make an investment that they could run it there, and if it worked well, they could, we could see how it went, or if they may want to find another. They ultimately would like to have a parcel where there's not just the village concept with the separate sleeping units and the or that shared kitchen and shower facilities, but also they'd like to have a second step, which is a more permanent housing for veterans. So this isn't really the ideal parcel for that. There isn't really enough room. So but I think the lease is the easiest part of the equation to me. It's the rest of it.
Well, I was just referring to how much of a financial commitment we're talking about.
Yeah, no, I agree. Yeah.
I think it's a good idea to look at other options maybe. I don't want to speak out of turn, but my understanding there that property at the other campus, at the public safety campus, is involved or is part of the future master planning. So I think that needs to be taken into consideration.
Christy,
also,
it was. So
yeah,
we've had these conversations already. So commissioners, I'm happy to either work with Eric to invite him to one of your scheduled meetings last week, or if you prefer, you could designate one of you and we could just set up a meeting whenever we could get it scheduled, maybe quicker.
I think we should try and bring Eric in. What did you say? He couldn't come until after August 5th to be in person, Commissioner Henderson?
Yeah, in person. Yeah, that's correct.
Right.
In
And
person.
okay, so that's not that far away. As soon as we could, at that point in time, I think that would be incredibly appropriate, because it is for our veterans. We have, 14,000 veterans in Deschutes County at a minimum, and it's a great plan. We need to get something going. Klamath Falls, which is way smaller, has already had veterans housing that's been incredibly successful, probably a little more substantial than what we're talking about. But, to at least get this first phase going, I think it's important.
Yeah.
So you'd like that on a regular board meeting?
Mm-hmm. I think so, yes.
Right.
Kind of like we did before, but last time we did it, we had a lot of unknowns. We were kind of waiting to see what the city would do, and maybe we want somebody from the city to come and confirm that what they told
Yes.
Ben Heroes Foundation. But, and then we could do our research on what that legislative bill says. Maybe Dave could look at that. It's House Bill 4212, and it has 4001 within it. So maybe we can find out what the rules are. It says it's 90-day window to approve an application for shelter siding, but I think it's to receive, what they heard from the Bend City was to receive an application for shelter siding, because that's pretty fast to approve one. Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah, commissioners, I'll definitely take a look at 4212. I do know generally superseding legislation in Oregon, there is an appeal process. It goes directly to the Supreme Court. It circumvents LUBA and the Court of Appeals. And my recollection serves me right, there might even be an election referendum process with superseding as well. So I'll definitely look at 4212 and then also the general superseding process rules and be able to speak more directly to that here in the future.
That'd be good.
Okay, great. So,
Got one other item I was just going to ask about. Apparently we've got interviews set up this week from somebody at the Fair and Expo Center, and I was just put on my schedule. I think mine's tomorrow. And I was just wondering what that was or where that comes from. I don't remember discussing having somebody interview us, but
Commissioners, I can speak to that. That was we retained a consultant to do an assessment of Fair and Expo organization, including leadership, to offer some recommendations and suggestions. So they are, if you are willing, they'd like to speak to each of you individually, certain members of the Fair Board as well as the Fair Association, to, in other words, key stakeholders to get your honest take on how things are working there and what might be done to improve.
And so it's retained a consultant to assess how things can be improved, or how it's working, or
both.
So what? When you say we retained it, was it the county or the Fair Board?
County.
And who do we retain?
It's a local organizational consultant. It's actually a team of 2 consultants that are working together on this.
And who is it?
Diane Fleck is one, and boy, I'm drawing a blank on the other name, but it's a similar type. I don't have it with me.
Do you know the name of the company, or?
Well, they work as individuals. They both. What's that?
Wendy Boyer?
Yes, Wendy Boyer is the other one. They both work. They may have formal company names, but they've both been around for some time locally and do different things: organizational, executive coaching, meeting facilitation. I've seen Wendy do that. Different types of activities associated with sort of organizational health and so forth.
okay.
So they're doing a study to report to you, or to the Fair Board, or to who?
Back to it's essentially to each of us. There will be a report that, I think it was my name on or actually Kathleen's name on the contract, but it's being done for the benefit of our organization, for the department leadership, and how the department interacts with the county commissioners, the Fair Board, Fair Association, external stakeholders, and so forth.
So it's more about that than it is about the future of the Fair and Expo Center itself, or?
Correct, yeah. There's no capital element, or it's really just the current structure and how's it working, and how could it be more effective?
Okay. Right.
Well, referring to the fair, I just want to remind our audience that the 4-H FFA auction will be held on Saturday, August 1st. starting at 10 a.m. And I know they're doing probably limited invitations, but if you can support youth in Deschutes County, that would be most appreciated. Probably you can go to the 4-H website and get more information about either contributing, adding on, or actually buying a project that someone spent a lot of their time raising. So that is August 1st. So a very important day.
My 2 bits is buying a pig is better than buying a lamb, because pigs, there's all sorts of things you get out of it. So
the pigs will be the last item auctioned.
Yeah.
Because those are that's what everyone wants, is an oinky. So anyway,
Yeah.
it's the last item. Beef are first, and then there's a couple other things, and then pigs are last. So anyway, I just want to remind you that last year, I know we have definitely a different economy, but last year, the youth of Deschutes County received $1.5 million for their animals. So that's a really high standard, and hopefully we can help them out.
yeah. I had one other item real quick I wanted to just share with both of you. I think I forwarded this to you, Patty. So in the health department, Commissioner DeBone, I wrote up some questions specifically kind of based on the fact that the increased number of cases and what does it mean, and then the article in the paper last weekend, and I can give you a copy. I sent it to Tom, George, Nahad, and Nathan, and asked about PPE, I asked about testing capacity, some of the stuff we talked about today, but I'm going to try to hone in on it a little more. So I just wanted you to know part of what I was asking at the briefing was kind of based on that. And so I think there's some of the key questions. I feel like I need to figure out if we should be doing more than we're doing. I mean, can we help? When I hear that the testing capacity is still, there isn't any, et cetera, well, could we help somehow? I mean, is there people we know that could get nobody asks us for help, but I don't like reading in the paper. We have short capacity, and I think we still have challenges with PPE, and it's 4 months after this thing. And so is there anything we can do? So that's part of it. And then should we do more, doing more if the number of cases goes up? And so this was kind of my questions, and I'll forward a copy to both of you so you have it, because I'm going to want to pursue it some more on Monday.
So we were CC'd by the response from Nathan on PPE, and then Nahad said that he acknowledged it and he's going to send it back. So I did see that in those responses.
Okay, good. It wasn't anything special, but it's kind of where I'm thinking of talking about, because it just seems like we're a long way into this to be still having shortages.
We're still waiting on the 28 ventilators, aren't we? Yes, we ordered them months ago, but really it's the masks, that if we're required to wear the masks, where are the masks? And I know that we gave out tons of them, but we definitely, these silly little procedural masks, they should be made somewhere. We should be able to be getting them by now.
Yeah, and I don't know why we're not. Like when they gave out 130, I don't even know if we have them.
130,000.
130,000, yeah. It's like, but we haven't been asked. I mean, I didn't even know I'm surprised when I read in the paper there's a shortage of testing capacity. I was actually kind of shocked to read that. And that's the kind of stuff that creates a fear in the community about everything. And then, we have a death and other, numbers of cases. And it just seems like we need to decide if there's anything more we should do, or we're just waiting. It's really easy to say, well, just don't do anything for the next 4 months while we get this under control. Well, that really underestimates the hardship in every other parts of our life from just avoiding, this. So I don't know. That's kind of where I'm heading. That's all I have.
Well, the COVID executive committee meetings have been pushed till every other week. And usually when I was on that call, I've always asked, Nathan, what are our numbers? I don't want to know. I like real numbers. I want to know that we have 50,000 of this and because just being told something doesn't really feel that, oh yeah, we have adequate. Well, no, what is it we have? Because those masks went out the door really fast. We had, I believe, 10,000 procedural masks a couple of weeks
did
ago, and they were all gone within a day. So has that been replenished? I don't know.
Yeah, that's the kind of stuff that would be nice to know and not read about in the paper.
Yes, definitely, would be nice.
Okay.
Commissioner DeBonne?
So voting credentials for NACO next week. It's if somebody was going to the NACO conference in the summer, voting for the president of NACO. Second vice president, I guess, is the interesting seat. I'm not sure. I think there may just be one person running this year, though.
There's only one person running.
Yeah,
I was on
so-
the meeting the other day, and I think Sharon signed me up to do it.
Yeah, okay, good, yeah. So it's just acknowledging that somebody's going to respond. 'cause
I
it'd be
did.
bad if we didn't at least acknowledge we had a vote and we used it. So that's
Yes.
exactly what I was going. That's fine. So you're the
Hey,
delegate.
Since
for
I'm the
vote.
chair this year, I figured it'll be
Oh,
my
yeah.
turn to
No, I'm
vote.
glad. I was just making sure it wasn't dropped.
Yes, no.
And then also, you were starting to say, maybe do something different at the meeting here. I mean, I'll offer to be on a Zoom meeting if somebody wants to do something, be more comfortable, or I don't know.
Okay. Yeah, maybe,
Well, I was interested maybe, I mean, in maybe changing positions with you, Tony, if you would be interested in doing a Zoom one day. Watching this, it literally looks like we're more intent when there's only two of us in the room and there's a further spread than it does, having sat and watched this for a couple of days, than it does when all three of us are there. We're closer and we're safest at home doing stuff, but I like that we're doing public meetings. But I was thinking, well, maybe I would flip with you next
fine.
week or something if you're interested. But
Yeah, I'll do it. Yeah. I might do it from upstairs or from home, either way.
well, that's true. We could,
I mean, just be a good experience, because now, I've done the remote meetings, but not a board meeting, so I'm kind of interested to
Yeah.
see how it flows anyways.
it's a little different. You have to pay attention more here.
Yeah.
There's other Zoom meetings, you kind of listen to a lot of it.
you mean like your screen goes dark and you, yes,
Well,
okay.
Yeah, that's true.
Yes.
So next Wednesday, are you thinking?
Yeah, that would be a good one. Yeah.
We have
That'd be
two
great.
meetings next week.
What?
We have two meetings.
We have two meetings next week, guys.
Monday and Wednesday.
Okay, but you guys will switch on Wednesday then?
That's fine.
Okay,
Okay, next Wednesday.
fabulous.
I'll be virtual.
Okay, so we did have our meeting last night with Redmond City Council. We got to meet the new commissioner, and the Redmond numbers were outstanding. They are, even with COVID happening, are just continuing to boom and bring in more family wage jobs to their community. So it was really nice to hear, and heard all about their 40-acre site and what they're planning on doing with that for affordable housing for their community. So the good news is, if we can do smaller projects, we can get them done a little bit faster, but their project will be quite impactful for the community. So that's good.
Yeah.
So
I guess one other item we need to, I don't know what it's on the schedule, but what's our timeline on the urban renewal district in Bend in terms of giving input? Isn't it July?
Yeah, the deadline is next week for comment. So Dave prepared a draft resolution with some statements in it that he's shared with each of you. I've been working with Greg Munn on some numbers that show the aggregate impact of all of the existing urban renewal districts as well as the proposed one, and we've been trying to get a map of Redmond to see what that one, to include that as well. So when you're looking at this proposed urban renewal district, you don't just see this one, you see all of them together and their impact, whether you believe it's high or acceptable on our countywide taxing district impacts, collections. And that's just our portion, our four that are within these existing and proposed districts.
Are there two in Bend now, the Juniper Ridge and Murphy?
Yes.
Or something? See, I have no idea what the boundaries of the Murphy Road one are. I've seen it, I don't remember it. And then there's one in Redmond now, or is there two?
There is one in Redmond, the downtown core, their downtown area. I don't recall if there's a second one. I think there's just one in Redmond, or two in Bend. There may be one each in Sisters and.
There's one in La Pine.
Yeah.
It's a downtown core area.
Right.
Yeah, I'd like to see those because I don't know. They must. Those other ones? Did they happen before 2017?
I believe so. Yeah, they've each been around for a while. The Murphy, not so long. That's probably the newest of the ones that have been out there, because that came about as part of their planning. They're associated with their last UGB expansion and the traffic improvements along Murphy Road, which is now under construction. But that one isn't a high dollar amount. I don't know that Juniper Ridge is all that high currently, but certainly the Redmond downtown is a big one, and the proposed Bend one is a very big one in terms of the overall impact on existing taxing district tax collections into the future.
That's good if you put in a countywide perspective with all the different, what's been done, what the timelines are for those other ones and all that. What day next week do we have to give comments by?
22nd?
Well, I think it may be the 23rd, so I think we'll have it on your agenda for Monday. You can either use a resolution letter, so you have something. We have a foot in the door, in other words, that we submit to the city, and then they'll have a public hearing of some sort, which we can either attend personally or register in some other way. This is the official notice that we have some kind of a comment or a input into their process that under law they must address as part of their adoption process.
So we're going to pick up Monday and Wednesday both, then probably, if we need to further, kind of firm things up by Wednesday, but talk about it Monday also.
Yeah, we'll have it on for sure for Monday, and we'll double check on the deadlines so that we hopefully have a chance to amend it if there are comments on Monday.
Good, okay.
And if anyone doesn't realize it, it's rather unusual today. This is actually tax day for 2020. And if you thought having tax day in July was an improvement over April, you were probably wrong, because it just meant that you had to write more checks, send more money to the government. So anyway, it is tax day today. Oh.
Commissioners, I had one quick additional item also.
Yes.
So each of you received the revised agreement between the state and each of the counties for the first reimbursement for the CARES Act.
Yes.
So that underwent some amendments. Several county councils from around the state worked with DOJ or DAS to tweak that. There were some changes. They believe that's probably as good as it's going to get. I think Dave's on the line too, and he can weigh in. But
it's still 22 pages long.
So it's been tweaked to the extent that the council thinks it can be, and it doesn't require formal board approval. It can be signed by staff. So we just wanted to bring that up and see if you were okay with it as amended, or if you wanted it brought back to you formally. It could be brought back next week if you want to go through it as a board. That's certainly acceptable if you'd prefer that, or if you're okay and you just assume have us sign it and get going and get our money, we can.
So they can mail the check back to us. Yes, we definitely need to sign it, because it'll probably take a week for it to get there, and then it'll take another couple weeks for the money to get back here. So, yeah.
So this is we have one outstanding reimbursement request. And is this for future reimbursement requests also?
Presumably, yes.
Oh.
So we're going to sign it once, and then next time we do a reimbursement request, it'll just fit under this document, this agreement.
That's my understanding. Dave, I don't know if you know of anything different.
I know there'll be additional paperwork for future reimbursements. I believe there'll be addendums to the base document, which is what we're dealing with now.
Okay. Yeah, I'm supportive of signing it. I mean, it's a shame that our state level government is putting so much effort into this. I mean, federal government defines dollars to be distributed, state receives it, and we're going to be fiscally responsible and follow the guidance and legalities as defined. So now we've got a whole group of people putting a 22-page document together and editing it. So it's a shame, but I'm supportive of signing it.
So I haven't read it. I wrote Dave just asking him if it was better. He said when he sent it out, here's the new one. And I said, is it better? I don't know if Dave, if you could maybe highlight some of the changes. You missed the discussion last week, Tom, but I really don't like doing contracts that are so one-sided. And I think that as a general rule, somehow our counties have to be more assertive. You could see yesterday what the emergency board did with money. It was just clearly to pursue their political gain, their political, their followers or whatever in terms of what they were doing. They did, and I was talking to one of my friends that's on the emergency board. He said they don't have any input on the, if you're Republican, you don't have any input. So it's all they're just dictating what they want to do. And this contract's the same thing as Dave acknowledged. And I don't know, I wish we could have pushed back more. And I did communicate with Gina Nickel, and they really had no leverage at all, basically, from the county. They might be in there representing us, but they have no leverage, and that's the thing.
She thought she did, because her comments on Friday a week ago were, yes, all these things were going to happen, and it was all going to be wonderful. And then I told that to Dave, and then she had to say, no, it didn't work. So, yeah, she was trying on our behalf.
Get leverage until they get commissioners involved in those meetings, because then the political people have to, say it to them. But anyway, just my piece. I'd like to hear if there's improvements, what they are.
Yes.
I'm not against signing it because I don't know what else we can do, but I'm glad we waited.
So, Dave, what are the improvements then?
Very briefly, commissioners, the new amended document removes some of the background language check. There was a provision that gave the state the ability to require background checks on county employees that were part of the reimbursement formula. That was removed. The state agreed there was no basis for that. The indemnity language, which generally limits county indemnity to constitutional limits, the state had put a broader one in there, and we were able to get that removed. There was also a really nonsensical provision in there about if the state saw fit to tell us to cease certain activities, that we would have to cease those certain activities. And in as much as this is a reimbursement document, that really didn't timing-wise make a whole lot of sense. So that was removed as well. Rob Beauvais and the two Steves, Dingle and Madcore, that were the primary people working on it for the county councils, have all told me separately, and they did during the process, that to get any type of concessions beyond this, going to take the legislature getting involved in addressing this reimbursement model for those CARES funds. Again, whether that's viable or not in light of the legislative makeup, I'm not sure. But it's a better document than the first grant document. It's certainly not a great document, and if we were bargaining at arm's length with equal standing, I think we'd have a much better document. But they're holding all this money and kind of holding the counties hostage. And to my knowledge, every county has signed or is in the process presently of signing. My understanding is nobody's holding out.
So county administrator signature is the right level for that?
It could be. I was probably just going to have Greg Munn as our
Okay.
CFO sign it.
That's fine.
Okay. I think we're in agreement that we just need to get it signed. And so we can get our almost $1 million that we've been waiting on from our billing. Then when can we do our next billing? Have they let us know?
Now, we are in process.
Okay.
Well, so if we're doing that, Tom, is Greg looking at what other people asked for and what they got? Because, I mean, Jefferson County got, I think, twice, didn't they get more than we did?
Oh, yeah.
So what did they ask for? I can't believe they have more costs than we have. I doubt that they're doing nearly as much. So I think we really ought to be strategic and look at some of the other counties, because there's quite a wide, what I saw was quite a wide spread of what people asked for.
Yeah, no, that's a great point. We did. We collected the submittals from quite a few other counties. You had pointed out earlier that some of those counties got a surprisingly, or had asked for a surprisingly large amount. So we chased those down. We have a database. There's some of the counties, like Lane County, for instance, I think was the largest reimbursement. They actually bought a building and included that in their reimbursement. So we don't know that those amounts are approved. That's just what they asked for in their submittal. Another big difference.
We should find out if it's approved, right?
We will, absolutely. Another big difference in the different submittals, some counties took the approach that any department involved in COVID response, that the entire salaries of all the employees in those departments, whether or not they were part of their EOC, they included in their submittal. That's why and it was the payroll expenses in most of those counties that seemed very, very high compared to ours. And ours wasn't small, but others were much, much larger, and that was really the reason. So we asked our external auditor to read the bill and give us some advice on what they thought was allowable under the Federal CARES Act. And their opinion was that the counties that included everything plus the kitchen sink are probably not gonna win out. But so we're gonna watch. The act does allow retroactive billing. So if some of the counties are approved for the larger amount, we can go back and we can supplement what we've asked for.
The governor cares much about what the federal requirements are, or she'd be doing the whole thing differently. I'd be primarily just looking at what the other ones got. So, because a strict reading of the Federal CARES Act may or may not be relevant. It's not relevant to what she's doing. So.
We know that in round 2, which is open now, that we can include all of the business assistance expenses that we've incurred, for the grant and the loan program and the child care and those sorts of things. So those will be in there. We are also looking at, any other expense that we can document related to COVID response, whether or not it was part of the EOC, which is kind of the parameter that we were operating under in the first round. So, we will do everything we can to include everything we believe is allowable in that second round. We'll share it with all of you so you see it as well. And then again, this is the second round. There will be more. The Act allows expenses all the way up until December 30th. And again, it could be retroactive to an earlier period, the start date of the CARES Act, which was back in mid-March, I believe, was when expenses began to be allowable. So this won't be our last opportunity to ensure that we have captured everything that we can in those reimbursements.
Okay.
All right. Commissioner Adair, I don't know if you were going to bring up the Planning Commission selection. That was the only other thing on.
We had a meeting on it, and I know Commissioner DeBone did something, and I don't think Commissioner Henderson has done anything yet. So I think we can wait because they do not have a meeting this week. So I need to table that for a little while.
Just real quick, Commissioner DeBone, did you meet with both of the candidates?
Yes, I have now. Phone calls.
So both of you have done that. Well, I could do that tomorrow.
Okay.
If I get their phone numbers. I know Scott. I don't know the other applicant.
Dan.
If you guys let Dan, you liked him too. So if you want my 2 bits, I think it's good to we have 2 good candidates apparently.
It is. It's to go
Nick,
from 0 to
agreed.
2.
Yeah, had to find them.
Yes, we had a, so, I would like to hold that off on a little bit.
So is that it?
Well, we have executive now.
So do we have marijuana opt-out election discussion? That's not executive?
I don't,
I mean, it's just one of those concepts. So that was Commissioner Henderson. I think you and I had talked about it and he wasn't there, and we determined that it'd be important for him to be involved in that.
Right.
So I'm just acknowledging it's coming around again. I don't know if there's just, I guess it's the list of things to do. If we don't do it today, we got to do it in the near future.
Okay, so have you looked at that?
The actual, I saw that I haven't looked at what was written. My biggest input was that we should have it so that if you vote no, you're voting no to more grows, I guess. So that would be you'd continue the opt-out. So yes would mean, I think that's probably the most important thing. If our goal was to continue the opt-out is write it right. So I don't know if that's how it was, but I can look at it before the Monday meeting if that's.
Okay, that would be good, because we need to get that decision taken care of.
Okay.
So, thank you for bringing that up. All right. Is there anything else and other items?
Not for me.
Okay, so then I believe we need to go to executive session. I believe we can now adjourn our meeting for today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is it over now? Are we off
Yeah.
tape? So we have a breakout and then. Isn't that incredible that we test 5 places, but we don't